Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast with your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me, as always, are my co-hosts Rhys 2753.
And we're joined by the man with the hair, Augie.
Hello, everyone.
And our other host, device is not connected, NM. There he is, right on time, record timing there.
Late DDNM here.
No, on time, DDNM.
Yeah, like you made it right before I was
you
to
would
announce
have
you.
been announced.
Yeah. Okay, so quick heads up. Good news and bad news. Good news is I will be making slightly more money every week. Bad news is it's because I'm clocking in a half hour earlier every day, which is okay in terms of like I don't mind doing that. I don't mind working the extra half hour. But it has made it abundantly clear to me that the watch club is just not going to work the way that we've been doing it. Because if I have to clock in at 5:30, it means I have to get up at 4 a.m., which means that as soon as I get home from work, I have to go immediately to bed and can't really do anything else. So it just means that I have 3 straight days of the week where I can't do any watch clubbing. And then I've got... Like it basically means I would have to literally start every watch club the day after the podcast and finish it in 2 days, right? Which is just not ideal when my family is waiting for me to be a part of the family because I work 3 days out of the week and I'm at work literally the entire day. And then I do the podcast where I spend Monday doing the compilation for the articles all day and then Tuesday doing the podcast. Now, furthering with the good news though, weirdly, my highlighting app started to work again, so that's great. We're going to have a much better podcast this week because of that. So it seems as though I speculate that the reason the last 2 podcasts were 8 hours. Now, granted, the one before the last one was obviously going to be long because it was like we had gone 3 weeks or whatever without it. We skipped 2 weeks, right? But but last one, I feel like reading the articles like sort of line by line gave us too many opportunities to pause. Augie's here, so we got an extra host, and then we have the chat like joining in with everything we were talking about, which is fine. I totally want the chat to engage with us and everything, but it draws out what seemed like it wouldn't be too long and to be much longer. But now that I got the highlights in, this is gonna be significantly more streamlined today.
And you're still not showing up in subfeed.
Yes, even though YouTube, when I asked them about that, said, yes, this is a known issue. It has been fixed. So thanks to YouTube for those lies. So hold on, I'm just opening up these articles. And I'm noticing a couple articles I pulled out of here I think are still in here. So that's fun. But I might have highlighted something and forgot about it, so we'll see. Anyway, one moment while I just pull all these open so that this goes a little faster. Okay, and you can see my choppy frame rate is due to the 100 tabs I just opened. Okay, so on top of that, after I got home from work on Sunday, completely exhausted and ready to just collapse, my son decided to take cookies out of the oven while my wife wasn't in the kitchen. And he did so by putting on an oven mitt on one hand and pulling out the cookie tray, which of course was too heavy to hold for a child with one hand, even though my wife can easily do it. And so he grabbed it with his other hand, which did not have a oven mitt on it. So I took him to the emergency room. That's going to probably be an expensive visit. Luckily for him, he is in no pain whatsoever because of the ointment. The burn oil ointment or whatever. Mm-hmm. So he's fine. It's probably gonna be like a week or so before he's back to normal. But yeah, it's just not ideal timing to get that kind of injury when we aren't insured and all that fun stuff. But looking on the bright side, like I said, we got the highlights. So anyway, I want to ask everybody first of all, hello to yourself, Greenline743. It's nice to have you here. And I'm curious, well, first of all, everybody who's here, I would love it if you guys would like the video and all that fun stuff. Spread it around with your friends. But I also was kind of curious. I noticed we've gained certain followers over the years when we've been doing the podcast. And I'm just curious, and you guys can choose however you want to do this, if you want to do it at all, if you want to put it as a chat comment, if you want to comment on the video, like if you watch it after it's been live and you have that option, if you want to send me a direct message on Twitter or whatever, or Discord or whatever. I'm just curious, how did you guys find the podcast? What caused you to start following us? That's what I want to know. Because I'm just curious about how, like, if I could get some data on how we're growing, then I could probably, there's a saying in entrepreneur circles that metrics that get measured get managed, right? And so the more I know about where our traffic sources come from and everything, was it the Vic stuff? Was it some of the clickbait titles or whatever? I'm just curious what it was, just so that I can have an idea, so that I can attack us progressing a little bit more effectively.
I don't even remember how I found this podcast.
Well, I found the channel because I searched anime collection or something, found your channel, and I was around.
So I think that's a lot of what it's going to be.
I was around
people found it
from
one way or
before
another.
the inception of the podcast, and I think you even previewed it to me, like I was messaging you or something through YouTube Messenger when that was a thing, and you said, "Yeah, a co-host or a friend of mine and I are going to start a podcast." Or something like that.
I vaguely remember that, but of course I can't check because YouTube decided that we didn't need private messaging. So
Well,
they
I think
I was
using
messages.
my alt account, and it was about the Kamichu mold thing box.
Yes.
Dryer sheets.
I thought that was Danny. In my memory, that was Danny who I had that conversation with.
Well, to be fair, it wasn't even me because I used a different account.
Yeah. Anyway. Well, that's interesting. I've been living a lie all this time.
Yes.
Anyway, so yes, if you guys would like to, I haven't even started the screen share yet. If you guys would like to support the podcast, other than sharing it, fucking hell with this every stupid website you go to is like, hey, did you know the coronavirus is a thing? Little pop-up. You're going to be the one that saves the world. Pornhub. Anyway,
did you see how Faku put like their full subscription on for free for the next 2 weeks?
Oh, really? Well, we can share that in a minute when I go over the coronavirus news about that because Pornhub did the same. But so once again, you guys can support us through the OCA Podcast Patreon. Which again, just ignore this. This is just me not billing people for a month because we took 2 weeks off that 1 week. And then again, here's that stupid thing I was just talking about. The Anime Collector Patreon is another way that you can support the channel. Which, by the way, some good news, some really good news. The Broly video, I might finish that this week.
Hooray.
Oh my
Probably
God.
next week by the latest, because there were probably 3 parts of that video that were just like hanging over me, like this is going to be such a pain in the ass to do. I have to commit to this. Such an annoying thing. And it's one of those things where it's like when you know something can be perfect, you kind of want to make it perfect, but it also makes you not want to start, and you just keep putting it off and working on other parts of the video. And I consider these things like this is 30% of the video right here in terms of how much time I'm going to spend on it. Yeah, I got all of them done. It took like no time at all. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. So it looks like it's just amazing amazing feeling when you're working on for something for so long and it goes from 70% to 95% completed in like a day. Anyway, so thank you, Rhys, for this. I will open this link and I will try to pop it exactly where it's supposed to go, even though I don't. No, right here. I'll put it right here. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Back to this. So yeah, that's going to be great. I also bring this up because I, of course, will be charging patrons for the Anime Collector video that will hopefully come out very soon with the Broly stuff. So if you are in a place right now where you're not financially exactly, stable due to the coronavirus, losing your job, whatever, I want to invite you to let me know if you're like, I don't remember even know how many patrons we have. Like if both patrons reach out to me independently and say, hey, don't charge me or whatever, then I just won't charge you. Right. But otherwise, pull out for this one, and you can come back in later because God knows there won't be another video. No, actually, I think I'm going to jump on the Anime Expo videos, which, by the way, are all at least 50% edited, with the exception of I think 3. Because I didn't have the footage yet, but they're already like largely completed. So I'm going to hopefully be able to just knock out a couple videos in a row, which will get a huge backlog of content off my back in the near future. But once again, I just want to remind you, because I know that for me, if I was put in this situation where somebody's about to start like pounding out content, I wouldn't want to get charged repeatedly, so if you want to lower your tier or whatever, I'm not going to take it personally. I appreciate the support. Whatever you got to do, I just want to make sure you guys are understanding where we're at, right? Also, Stealth Weeb, I've got new shirts that will be coming out pretty soon, especially because I need to do the Dragon Ball Super Taco shirt that Krillin wears, right? That has to be in the end cards for the Dragon Ball Super Broly video. It just has to be. So that'll be a thing added soon. But there's also some other ones that are pretty simple that I found that I can do. So look forward to that in the near future. Now, let's talk about the coronavirus. Actually, let's talk about Vic real quick.
What happened to him this
Isn't that the same thing? No.
I put, is Corona-chan going to delay the courts? This was a legitimate question. However, right before the podcast started, I am not plugged in. Hold on one second.
Keep it fresh for 60 days.
It's funny. We had a moment earlier where we were talking about how my computer said it couldn't update fully, and then the options it gave me to get rid of the notification, which was sitting right on top of the tabs that I needed to get to on my browser, were details or update. So I hit update thinking it was going to say, in order to complete the, whatever, you have to restart your computer. And then it was going to give me an option, like do it now or let it update on the next time I turn off my computer and update it, right? But it just went away. And then 15 minutes later or so, while I'm in the middle of doing highlights on the articles, my computer just shut down. And then I had 30 minutes of waiting for it to reboot because it was updating. So it's a good thing that you guys joked that it's a good thing it didn't happen during the podcast, because that would have been a nightmare to have 30 minutes of waiting to get back in while you guys are just stalling for time. But we almost had that because I almost didn't plug in and let my computer charge. All right. Anyway, so right before the podcast started, I saw Ricada had tweeted out that the appeals briefs have been released. So he's going to start going over some of them tonight. I would have grabbed them and we could have done one today, but it was just too close to the start of the podcast. I didn't want to invest in that right now. We'll look at it next week. We'll discuss what's gone on. Okay.
No.
Now let's address the coronavirus news. So workers in 8 Amazon warehouses test positive for, God, can you guys even guess what it's going to be? It's literally in the URL. I mean, yeah, they test positive for the coronavirus, just as the e-commerce giant ramps up hiring to meet surging online sales. So, luckily, I was actually thinking about how blessed I've been. Because remember, I used to work at Amazon recently, and I lost my job there because I didn't work during the month of January. And at the Amazon Flex I was working at, you had to work at least one shift a month, right? And I was thinking about how, boy, it's good I don't have that job, because it's in the middle of Phoenix, where the majority of Arizona's coronavirus cases are. Everybody who works there is a student at ASU, so I'd be around all these. I'm just glad. I'm so glad. But anyway, yeah, regarding my work, I did get a message from my employer yesterday that said that they were furloughing a bunch of employees. But it seems as though the warehouse is still, the fulfillment center is still active. So I'm not losing my job just yet. And also, another tremendous blessing, it is really easy to look like a great employee there, because the people who have been there for years are terrible at their reliability, which is like the only thing that they care about, is this new function they have called reliability, where I'm not even kidding. These people, because they've worked there for several years, they've gotten paid time off in the hundreds of hours, and they use it literally every day to go home early, right? So it's extremely easy to look good. And so if they furlough a bunch of employees, I can almost guarantee that I won't be one of them. And I'll still have income coming in for the foreseeable future, which is great. But regarding what we're talking about, Amazon, there's been strikes. There have been demands for hazard pay and all sorts of things, which largely they probably deserve. But it'll be interesting to see what happens to Amazon if things progress the way that they have been with the coronavirus. Because what's going to happen when because I read a report on the CDC or whatever about how long the virus can live on certain things. Like on plastic, it can live for 8 hours. I'm just pulling a number out of my ass. I don't remember the actual amount. But like on cardboard, it only lasts 3 hours or whatever. Maybe it's 8 days or 3 days, whatever.
What about bubble packets?
Well, what I'm getting at is that if you tested positive, and the thing is, you don't test yourself until you got the fever, right? And you've been incubating it for 2 weeks. So I'm just saying, like, what's going to happen when people start getting sick from it from the warehouse, because they ship out the boxes, and the guy who's part of the staging process of putting the boxes where people in the packing grab them sweated on them, and so like sweat dripped off and it lasted on there, or he sneezed or whatever, like how's that going to work? How is that eventually this might be an issue, but so just keep an eye I guess I'll try to keep you guys informed. But anyway, continuing on to the more pressing things. So Avex, Sony Music, and Kojima Production employees were all diagnosed with coronavirus. I think it was one person at each of these places. So I'm going to read this. It's a very small article here. Avex, Sony Music Entertainment, and Kojima Productions have all announced since Saturday that an employee at each company has been diagnosed with the new coronavirus disease, COVID-19. Avex announced on Saturday that one employee has been diagnosed with COVID-19, and the company is taking precautions related to the diagnosis. Avex is tracking the previous actions of the diagnosed employee, and the company is monitoring people who have had close contact with the employee. The company instructed people who came in close contact with the employee to stay home and monitor their health. And I want you to notice just how remarkably similar Sony Music Entertainment's little announcement here is. They had a male employee in his 30s who had been diagnosed with COVID-19. Sony Music is investigating the actions of the man and determining who had close contact with him before his diagnosis. Employees who had close contact with him are working from home and monitoring their health. The entire office that the infected employee works in is temporarily closed and being disinfected. The company is monitoring the health of all its employees. However, this is what Kojima Productions did. Kojima Productions announced on Monday that a male employee in his 40s has tested positive for COVID-19. The employee
himself, no.
The employee has been at home since March 20th and received the results of his COVID-19 PCR test on Monday. Kojima Productions said that public health officials stated it is not mandatory to close the company's office because the diagnosed employee was not in the office at the onset of symptoms, and his fellow employees are not considered, quote, close contacts. So that seems like a huge misstep on the public health officials' part, because as I just described, the virus incubates in you for like 10 days to 14 days, like a 2-week period. Well, people say 2 weeks, but I think it actually is only 10 days, like an exact amount, but 2 weeks is the isolation period because it's better to be safe than sorry, right? But the point is that he had time before he showed symptoms when it probably, like, he could have still been contagious, right? But anyway, here's what they went on to say here. However, the company, Kojima Productions, independently decided to temporarily close and disinfect its office, have all employees work from home, and supervise and support the health of all the staff. So, even though they were told they could continue working, Kojima Productions, thankfully, is taking this seriously, right? And then these are just the paragraphs that they dedicate to for the people who are living under a rock who don't know anything. We've already talked about, right? To let you know what.
Oh, cock count.
Oh, well. So what anime have y'all watched this week?
None.
Mine's a surprise.
Oh, yeah.
What the wait
I
till
tell ya.
pickups.
I tell you, man, I literally for like the last 3 articles made sure to click on the other page before I did my Command W to close the tab. And I was sure that it wasn't going to happen this podcast, but sure enough, what is this? The second article, like the second actual article that's not just a link to like the Patreons and stuff. Anyway, closing this, Pornhub is offering free premium service to all regions.
Ooh la la.
So they have their thing called Stay Home Hub, right? Help flatten the curve.
They basically just rebranded the name on the website.
Yes, but the thing is that they so in case you've heard of Flatten the Curve but haven't really understood why, because obviously this drags out the number of people who get it. Like it lasts way longer, right? But the reason why is that this line represents the healthcare system capacity, which is what's happening in Italy right now, where they literally are way over capacity and have to tell people, look, if you're over 80, we aren't treating you because you're probably not going to make it and we don't have enough room, you know? And so
I figured it would have been the opposite of, you have a better chance.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what I would say. Like the older you are, the more likely you should be getting the treatment, you know? But the thing is that it's just gotten so bad. And I guess they're thinking that like people in their 60s should take priority over people in their 80s because they still also might die, but they have at least 20, 25, 30 more years in them, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas people in their 80s, it's like, hey, man, you could kick the bucket tomorrow because you broke your hip, right? So anyway, so that's what they're saying. And then I love this. They had this thing here when you access the free premium stuff, which, by the way, I think any company that's giving away the free premium stuff, they're doing it as a way to they're
promote people to get the premium after the
fact. They're
fact.
basically, because this is only going to last for a month, right? But they're trying to give you a free trial. It's an excuse to give you a free trial. I don't know about if I would assume they do. I haven't tested any of these to double check, but I would assume that they're taking your credit card info, even though they're not charging you, kind of thing for a lot of them too. You know, like just like when you get HBO Go for 30 days free and they take your credit card info so that they can start charging you because of course you're going to forget to unsubscribe or whatever, you know, on all that. So anyway, but they have this thing here. Pornhub is encouraging people around the world to stay home to flatten the coronavirus curve by isolating with free premium. Check out the box to do your part. I agree to self-isolate and enjoy premium videos for free. I can't self-isolate, but I promise I will regularly wash my hands and maintain social distance.
Nah.
I would hope that you'd wash your hands if you're using this site.
Hey, that's how they get you. That's how they get you. Wash your hands. Click the other.
I like how, I mean, what if I can't promise I'll enjoy it, but I'll wash my hands. Anyway, so here's the statement from the vice president, Corey Price, who said, with nearly 1 billion people in lockdown across the world because of the coronavirus pandemic, it's important that we lend a hand and provide them with an enjoyable way to pass the time. We hope by expanding our offer of free Pornhub Premium worldwide, people have an extra incentive to stay home and flatten the curve. Now, I thought this part was interesting, which is why it's the only part I highlighted. The hardcore porn site is contributing 85% of the profits from its video sales to the Sex Worker Outreach Project, a group that is helping out porn actors who have been forced to stop working due to the coronavirus. Pornhub is also bolstering the surgical mask count of hospitals by 50,000, which I think is kind of funny, you know, because of all the like viruses that you probably deal with in the porn industry, like the coronavirus is probably the one you will deal with the least in your entire career, you know. Anyway, I mean, I get the sentiment and why they're doing it, because if you're social distancing and can't, I mean, you're doing a
can't
lot of
be
solo
very
videos.
intimate when you got
No,
when
there's
you
a lot
gotta
of
be
talking
6 feet away from each other.
I mean, that's just, they're going to have to innovate and come up with new wide angle shots and, like, you know, anyway, let's move on before this gets even grosser. Or we could just talk about hentai manga publisher Faku opens free access to subscription content for 2 weeks. Yeah. Adult manga publisher Faku announced on Monday that all subscription content on its site will be free for the next 2 weeks. According to their notice, this includes over 150,000 pages of manga. So I will also state, sort of going back to what I was saying before, and I would just advise anybody, don't use these subscriptions. Don't use the free access, right? Because what this is essentially the drug dealer saying, "Hey, man, I'm going to give you cocaine.
Here's
for
a bit of free crap."
You know? You know what I mean? That's basically what they're doing. Is I mean, I'm sure that most people who are going to use the site have already been using it in one way or another. But I'm just saying, like, this is an attempt to addict people. Anyway, continuing here, as the world continues to practice social distancing to fight the spread of COVID-19, we must come together and stay inside, the publisher wrote on Twitter. The announcement caused a surge. Yes. The announcement caused a surge in traffic, causing the website to go down, but it was back to business by 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm just curious what they have here. It says...
I'm getting too many banners on here. Keep trying.
I know. We need to keep the improvise, adapt, overcome one. I feel like that's going to get used a lot. Faku began as a website for hosting user-submitted translations of hentai manga, and it entered the digital and physical publishing business in 2014 through a partnership with Japanese publisher Wani Magazine. Faku's website offers subscription-based access to digital manga and also publishes physical books online. Publishes physical books online. That seems like a weird way to say that. Oh, I guess they mean physical books. Do they mean like
books you can buy online?
Yeah.
Based access to digital manga, and also publishes. I think maybe they just meant books, like not manga, but actual like novels that are erotic or whatever.
They put out physical copies.
But they publish them online. I don't understand that.
They're taking the RPG forum approach and print on demand, maybe.
It says it publishes the physical books online, not it sells them at an
maybe they're just making like just a
distinction
version.
between selling them in stores.
Yeah. Whatever.
Anyone would sell them.
Anyway, in 2017,
Faku
acquired adult anime publisher Kitty Media. So Kitty Media, owned previously by Media Blasters, has been acquired, or
yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah, that's old news.
I wonder. It'd be nice if you guys could resurrect Media Blasters while you're at your free access to your subscription content stuff. That'd be nice. So that explains why they've released Akisora or whatever that was.
Akisora was the title.
World Health Organization tells people to play video games after classifying them as addictive. So I think this is a bit of a stretch. Now, I will straight up say I hate the World Health Organization. I hate most of these centralized agencies for reasons that partially we will cover in this podcast. But this is a reach on One Angry Gamer's part. So I did some highlights here. So they said this is the same World Health Organization that delayed announcing the coronavirus as a pandemic until China had successfully sent as many medical supplies back to China as possible. That's true. But this is the actual statement they put out, and this is what they highlighted through making it bold. Listen to music, read a book, or play a game. Okay, there are these things called board games or tag or like things that can be done at home that are not necessarily video games. So I wouldn't necessarily agree with One Angry Gamer's sentiment here regarding that part.
All the contact sports we can.
But but if you're doing it at home with your like siblings or whatever who aren't sick because you've been isolated and all that. Anyway, so after the World Health Organization has done nothing but cover up and act as the media wing for China, Nothing coming out of their mouths should be regarded as legitimate information. For that matter, how can these, quote, reliable sources be trusted when their reporting on the 10,000 deaths in Italy has carefully omitted how they're counting every hospital death towards the coronavirus? Saying, quote, the way in which we code deaths in our country is very generous in the sense that all the people who die in hospitals with the coronavirus are deemed to be dying of the coronavirus. On reevaluation by the National Institute of Health, only 12% of death certificates have shown a direct causality from coronavirus, while 88% of patients who have died have at least one pre-morbidity. Many had 2 or 3. So, when I first read this, I thought this was a great point he made, but I wonder, it says that all the people who die in hospitals with the coronavirus are deemed as dying of the coronavirus. See, when I first read this, I thought it said hospitals that have coronavirus patients in them. But now that I read it, it might mean people who died in the hospital who had the coronavirus. Oh, yeah, but they died of a heart attack, is kind of what this sounds like it's saying, But they still had a coronavirus, and it exacerbates the body, makes it weaker. I don't know. Anyway, but the main thing I actually want to share with you is the stuff coming up. Japan's Deputy Prime Minister calls World Health Organization the Chinese Health Organization. The WHO's reputation has sunk so low that even a petition has emerged calling for the resignation of the organization's Director General, which to date has over 600,000 signatures. So, yes, again, they are running defense for China, hardcore. And if you needed any more proof of that, allow me to share this article with you from Taiwan News. Senior World Health Organization official cuts interview short when journalist asks about Taiwan. This same official previously claimed that he would want to be treated in China if he got the coronavirus, because it's the best place where you're most likely going to survive and all that. Now I'm going to play a clip here. Which, by the way, I should mention, this is something I forgot to bring up. Podcast 94, the one before the last one.
JoJo's.
I disputed the claim.
Yeah.
And they rejected my dispute. So I'm left with basically no options at this point. I mean, I think I could dispute it again, but it would be like a legal dispute. Like I would legitimately go to court over it at that point. I think like I would have to call their bluff, right? And I hope it is a bluff. Now I think I could win, but I am not eager to go to court during coronavirus stuff. So what I'll probably have to do is I already have a download of it. Thank goodness I was smart enough to grab that when I knew that this could be a potential outcome. So I can cut down and pull out the stuff that we got copyright claimed for in the first place, and just make it so that we don't get copyright claimed for it when I re-upload it. The problem is it's an 8-hour video. QuickTime Pro no longer works on the new operating systems because Apple has gotten rid of all 32-bit software. So I can't just easily snip it out like I would have. I'd have to actually take it into Premiere, cut it out, re-render it, and all that. And that's going to make it astronomically large. So I probably won't be able to re-upload that video until after the Broly video is done. Because that is what's taking up all the space on my computer. So anyway, but what I'm also trying to get at is that there is a distinct possibility that anything that I share with you that has audio and whatnot might get us flagged again. So we're just going to have to roll with the punches and hope we only get copyright claimed and not copyright striked. But anyway, so let me do this. And this says, so here's the interview. I want you guys to hear this interview. By the way, one of you guys needs to get better headphones because I'm hearing every word I'm saying again. And it's so hard to think while that's going on.
It definitely isn't mine.
Probably mine.
I'm pretty sure it's Augie, but because that's what it's been in the past. Random 11 said, I'm pretty sure YouTube has an ability to edit the video and cut out the offending section without having to re-upload it. Yes, they do.
But it's not available on things that are
selectively.
8 hours long.
It's really selective when that's an option or not. Sometimes you can just straight out use audio sampling to literally take the offending song. When your song gets copyright claimed, you could just use the noise reduction, and it just pulls out the song to the point where it doesn't even count as a claim anymore. Your audio gets a little tingy, and it's not as crisp and clear. It's you can hear the audio problem. Like, it sounds different, and people will notice it, but it's better than having it blocked worldwide, right? But that's not always available. Certainly not with the thing that happened with us. And of course, for some reason, if a video is over 6 hours long, you can't use the blur feature on YouTube to blur the content. Right?
What episodes do my headphones that you think my headphones are interfering with the audio?
Like the last three.
I think
the volume's probably so loud that it's getting feedback.
What's happening is that your headphones.
I've got my mic pretty much like right next to my head.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah, so the microphone is actually picking up the headphones because they're not in your ear perfectly. Like, you don't have a noise canceling like that cups all the noise around just your head, right? You're using the Ariana Grande style kitty cat ones, right? So they're projecting the audio around all, like, the audio isn't going straight into your ears. It's radiating outward, and it's getting back into your mic.
If they're open backs, then that would make sense.
I don't know.
Those aren't open backs, though.
They're not ideal, but it sounds much better if you turned it down or whatever. I'm not hearing it anymore. So anyway, but just to answer Random 11's question, I wish it should be simple, right? But it's not. Now it's already viewable on the Anime Collector Facebook page. If you for some reason need to go back and still finish it or whatever. But yeah, they denied my claim, even though all the reasons for why my claim was whatever were like accurate and everything. Especially for the one that specifically did it. And I don't know who the hell Avex Inc. is. I don't know why they have the rights to the English dub of Funimation's dub of Nekopara, but whatever. Anyway,
Avex was a animation company, but they
Avex,
have any involvement with JoJo.
Yeah, but the thing is that the copyright claim was for the English clip, not the Japanese clip.
Well, if it's for an animation company, then they just claim the visuals.
Yeah, but the thing is that we played the visuals twice. So the only thing I can think of that would stop us from getting flagged for the Japanese one is because of the inclusion of subtitles that wasn't in their source footage given to the, But anyway, let's watch this. I want you guys to watch this guy and hear this interview real quick.
Would the WHO consider Taiwan's membership?
Pornhub membership?
Sneer. This is totally the response you make.
The monkey.
I'm sorry, I can't hear your question.
Let me repeat the question.
No, that's okay. Let's move to another one.
Let's move to another
Right,
question.
because
It's okay.
I'm actually curious on talking about Taiwan as well, on Taiwan's case.
Whoops. That totally was accidental.
Yeah, just shift
We
the.
decided to give Dr. Alward another call to follow up.
And I just want to see if you can comment a bit on how Taiwan has done so far in terms of containing the virus.
Listen to what he says.
Well, we've already talked about China, and
We've already talked about China because Taiwan is part of China. Right? That's the whole thing here. So she says at the beginning, will the World Health Organization reconsider Taiwan's membership? Because Taiwan, to the Chinese, it's like the Crimea thing in Russia. They view Taiwan as part of China, right? So you can't have China and Taiwan because that would give agency to Taiwan as being its own thing, right? So this guy is dancing around. I mean, did you see the micro? What do they call that in Lie to Me? The micro expression, where he like sneers briefly and then he freezes the whole time and then it's like, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question. That's the response you take when somebody talks to you and you just stand there and like are completely still. Bullshit. Anyway, so yeah, this is again, I think, more proof that World Health Organization is in fact an arm of the Chinese propaganda in this regard. Anyway, so let me also, Rhys, I thank you for remembering to switch over to the comment so you're on the YouTube one and not the Facebook one. I do appreciate that. I was going to tell you again, just to remind you, but I forgot, and I'm glad you remembered.
Oh.
All right, so continuing here, we got a little bit more things to go on about. So let me close that. Oh, good. Comic-Con 98 has been canceled to limit the spread of the coronavirus. So the summer event, which is usually held in August, was moved this year to accommodate the 2020 Olympic Games, which were also postponed earlier this week, according to the article at the time. In a post on the official website, Comic-Con noted that the participation guide for the upcoming event has already been printed and will still go on sale on April 11th in stores in Japan, though the wristband that comes with it will not be valid for future events. They ask people to please buy the guide to show support. The digital guide and DVD-ROM versions of the guides will be discontinued. This is the first time Comic-Con has ever been canceled. Comic-Con usually attracts more than 500,000 people over the 3-day event, which has in the past been extended to 4 days for reasons. Anyway, so I thought that was kind of interesting that they're still, because we already printed them. I guess we could still put them in stores and sell them, because what else are we going to do with them? Just burn them, right? Take them to the recycling plant.
This will become a collector's item.
I think it will.
Okay.
I absolutely think it will. I don't really need one, but for people in Japan, I think this will become a collector's item. Historically, it'll probably be in a museum too someday about like the history of this event, how many things it shut down. Because in Japan, we've talked in the past about how many things have been shut down because of it. And it's really annoying because it usually takes place in August, but that's when the Olympics is going to happen. So let's have it early. It's like, well, guys, maybe just like keep it going for just a little bit, because maybe things will calm down by August, but probably not. So anyway, so just real quick, there is a winter version of Comic-Con that is still going on. So that's probably why they got rid of the summer one. They're just going to keep going with the winter one, and then if they have to, they'll postpone that one too eventually. Right. All right. Anyway, continuing here. Tokyo Olympics announced 2021 opening. Tokyo Olympics will now open on July 23rd, 2021, followed by the Paralympic Games on August 24th. So it's basically been postponed exactly 1 year minus a single day, because originally it was the 24th of July and the 25th of August. So continuing.
Now Akira is false.
Yeah.
Yes, unfortunately, the events of Akira are not going to play out. What a shame.
I hope it goes with that other ending instead of that giant baby that attacks everything, because it was a shoe-in ending because the manga didn't end before the movie was able to be in production.
Yeah, but that baby was the best part of the movie.
Random 11 says Sonic and Mario at the 2020 games is going to be a collector's thing for sure. Okay, so continuing here. The clock outside of Tokyo Station has been updated, right? So now it is like, it's official for everybody. Yeah, it's not like 20 days or whatever it was, 30, like 60 days or whatever. It's now 511 days, right? So, continuing here. Ken Shimura succumbs to the coronavirus.
No.
Now, I think we have talked about this guy on the podcast before. And I'll explain why in a minute, or why I think that, like what I vaguely remember. So, Shimura was 70 years old and active as a popular entertainer.
Is he dead?
Yes.
Oh, that's what they mean by succumb.
He succumbs. Yeah, no. He had sex with it.
Well, I don't know. I thought that was a weird way of them saying he got it.
No, he succumbs to the coronavirus. He died of it.
Okay.
Shimura was 70 years old and active as a popular entertainer for nearly half a century, debuting in 1972. He has been described as the face of weekend TV in Japan. So I'm just giving you an example here of how kind of like big this is for the Japanese. This would be like Um,
Danny DeVito.
I mean, sure, you could say that. You could say Danny DeVito. I was thinking of like somebody I was coming up with names, but they're all people who've already died, like Chris Farley, Jim Belushi. You know, like somebody from. Let's say, what if what's his name? Steve Carell or Will Ferrell died. You know, like, but they're not quite. Chevy Chase. That's a perfect one. If Chevy Chase died, right, of the coronavirus, that would make this real for a lot of people who still haven't quite gripped that this is a big deal. You know what I mean? So in Japan, that's the effect it's having on them, right? Now they go on to say here, Shimura was also known for his comedy rock band, The Drifters, who occasionally opened for the Beatles when they played in Japan. His condition was described as non-critical, and I had to not highlight this C because for some reason the highlighting app just couldn't handle this, as recently as March 25th. So this guy died. This article was written March 31st. He was described as non-critical as early as March 25th. Ken Shimura was the first major celebrity to be diagnosed with the virus in Japan. Now, as we're about to get into, Japan has had a weird relationship with the virus in that they have kind of been downplaying it quite a bit, even though they have, to their credit, taken a lot of measures to cancel events and everything. But a little bit more on him. This I felt was worth bringing up because it kind of shed some extra light on this. According to reports, the comedian had previously been hospitalized for pneumonia in August of 2016. At the time, he was a heavy smoker who smoked 3 packs of cigarettes a day, but his hospitalization prompted him to quit smoking. Who knows if that's true?
Jesus Christ.
Who knows if that's true about the quitting, right? But the point is that I want to get out here. I said this before. The reason China got fucked so hard is because they smoke like we smoked in the 50s in the US, right? They smoke a lot. A lot of their older population smokes. They smoke like this guy did, right? If you are a smoker, even vaping, I'm begging you to quit right now. Just for the time being, while the coronavirus is going on, your lungs will heal faster than you might think, and they will strengthen. Seriously, just take the time, go cold turkey for a while. Same with drinking. You don't want to do anything that's going to compromise your immune system at this time, especially if you have other factors like obesity or anything else like that.
Like, oh, if an alcoholic quits drinking, then they'll die because they don't, whatever, have enough alcohol.
I didn't say alcoholic. I said you might want to stop drinking, right? If you're an alcoholic, there's a reason that they consider liquor stores essential business.
Right.
Right? Yeah, I get it. But
kind of further on your side, on activities that are being more promoted now than before is go out on nature walks, go out and do yard work. They're trying to promote stuff that'll exercise your cardio more. That way, in case you get it and it tries to scar your lungs, it's going to obviously it'll hurt, but if you strengthen them, it'll scar less.
Well, the scarring is going to be caused by the pneumonia that it causes. And so, like, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea to get into shape, but if you haven't worked out and you suddenly go like all in, you're probably going to actually just make yourself more susceptible because you're going to overwork yourself, right? Anyway, but I'm just saying that if you are a vapor or a smoker, or if you drink often, cool it for a while.
You mean if you're a vapist?
Yes. Anyway, so and again, especially if you're obese or any of the other factors that contribute to this, it's not seriously, you've already got enough going against you. Just take the smallest precautions to try to prevent having 2 or 3 things going against you that will significantly diminish your ability to survive it, right? Anyway, officials say contact tracing has now been completed, identifying those who had come into contact with the star recently. However, the route of transmission in Shimura's case remains unknown, so they don't know how he got it. And again, I'll say this again, Japan has been downplaying this a little bit for reasons most likely related to the Olympics, right? But Also, I'm kind of curious. So I listened to this music. It's not phenomenal, but I was kind of thinking like, so once upon a time, I illegally downloaded a torrent of, like how you have like.
You didn't legally download the torrent?
You know how you have the hits of like this year,
Greatest
right?
hits.
These were the chart toppers, right? I downloaded a torrent that had the chart toppers for like the past 50 years in every country in the world. Or something like that. I forget exactly. Maybe it was like the top rated for 3 out of the last 50 years for all the countries. Anyway, and I got to hear some music and got introduced to bands that I otherwise would never have heard of, right? It wasn't every country in the world, but it was a lot, like Russia, Germany, Poland, like music that I otherwise would not have heard. And I was just thinking, like, when you think of like the golden oldies in your country with the language you speak, let's say the Beatles or Led Zeppelin or the Doors or whatever, right? I just kind of imagine like, what did I miss in other countries? Now I'm not saying that they're it, because this song isn't like phenomenal or anything, but it just kind of got me thinking. And I'm just curious, anybody who watches this video, if you have any suggestions for things that I may have missed in the past because they weren't on my radar for perhaps not being from a Western thing, I'd love to hear them. Anyway,
what's the criteria?
There is a music channel in the Discord chat.
There is in the Discord. If you join the Discord through the description of this video or any video about the OCA podcast, you can join the Discord and you can submit suggestions in the Discord music channel. So anyway, so they talk about the stuff he's done, and this is why I think we talked about him before. His meat futon skit. Didn't we talk about this? Where the girls lay down and the feudal lord like lays on top of them. I'm almost positive we covered this in a podcast previously.
I wouldn't have been here if you did. I would remember that.
Do you guys not remember that?
I don't remember this at all.
God, maybe it was an article on Sankaku Complex that I didn't cover because it wasn't, meaty enough. But it's weird because I remember the names, like Taro Asa we've talked about before. I'm pretty sure we talked about this meat futon skit before. This guy getting in trouble, getting Me Too'd in some way. But anyway, news of Shimura's passing has come as a huge shock to people around Japan, many of whom have grown up with his hugely popular Benny Hill-like characters. Fellow comedian Haruna Kondo was visibly upset on television today after hearing the news. Shimura was due to appear in Yoji Yamada's movie Kinema no Kami-sama, with shooting set to begin next month for the film's scheduled December release. That is not a lot of time to make a movie. This must not have a lot of effects in it. But he was also set to take part in the Olympic torch relay as one of the torch runners. So this is a huge, like the coronavirus, it goes from this is barely affecting anybody in Japan to all these huge contracts that they had and these plans to involve this one guy have already gotten thrown in a blender and spit out because of him dying. And this is just the fucking beginning, Anyway. Continuing here. So the Tokyo governor holds a press conference on the coronavirus and sparks immediate panic buying. So while a number of governments around the world have been calling on their citizens to practice social distancing, avoid non-essential travel, and maintain a distance of 6 feet between each other in an effort to flatten the curve of the coronavirus pandemic, people in Japan have been largely free from such concerns. Here, the government Here, the government has been asking citizens to practice jishuku, or self-restraint, in regards to attending big events, asking them to specifically avoid large gatherings in poorly ventilated areas where people talk loudly and in close proximity. And I'm sharing this because I thought that this guy, this lucky bastard whose name happens to be Naofumi, who got the Twitter handle @Naofumi long before Rising the Shield Hero existed, said, just so the world knows that this is not about Japanese complacency, but us following advice from the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare. We are being encouraged to go out as long as we avoid the combo of bad ventilation, crowds, and proximal conversation. So this request for Jishuku, however, is vague and seemingly lenient. Is a vague and seemingly lenient one that's led to people crowding in well-ventilated areas like parks for Hanami cherry blossom viewings, and traveling on packed trains to work as usual. There's been no real sense of fear or panic here, but that suddenly changed after the governor of Tokyo held a press conference in the nation's capital last night. Speaking to the media, Governor Yuriko Koike said 41 new cases of coronavirus in Tokyo had been recorded that day, the biggest jump in numbers the city has seen so far, and more than double the previous daily record of 17. Out of these new cases, the routes of infection for 13 were unclear, suggesting possible community spread. In order to avoid, quote, an explosion of infectious cases, Koike caused for citizens to, quote, work from home as much as possible during the week, refrain from going out at night, and, quote, avoid non-essential outings by all means necessary this weekend. This announcement comes a day after the decision was made to postpone this year's Tokyo Olympics until next year. This is actually the article writer, Ona McGee, which when I first saw that, I'm like, why the fuck do I know that name? And then I thought for like a minute, and I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. No, yeah. Anyway, so they said, this is definitely stronger wording and clearer messaging than what's been used in the past. Can't believe it's taken them so long to finally request people avoid non-essential outings. Oh, that's right, Olympics. Lockdown to follow. So Koike's press conference appeared to have an effect on the public, who headed out to stores immediately afterward to start panic buying. Now, I'm showing you this image here of them actually in the store panic buying, but I thought that the images were bigger and easier to digest on Sankaku Complex. So I'm just going to scroll through these. I'm curious, does anybody's store look like this other than mine?
Mine's slowly being more packed. It's not as bad as the first 2 weeks.
I'll say this: the fact that there's any water left when this picture was taken is a good sign for them, because my store's been out.
You're also in a desert.
Well, the thing is that the store that I go to serves a very small community in a area out in the middle of nowhere. So yes, they're going to be under. I mean, the stuff is way more expensive, and they're not going to have as much. But anyway, I just showing you guys all the stuff that's missing. One of the articles I was going to share, but thought, let's not, just because it was a waste of time, was an article on Store News 24 about a guy who went to the store and saw that they were even out of pastries and stuff. But then he read a sign they put on that said, hey, we actually just forgot to order more.
Let's see. The big items for my area for the first 2 weeks. For some stupid reason, toilet paper / paper towels, bleach.
Every beer but Corona for some reason.
I don't drink, so I wouldn't go down that aisle. Any type of chicken, like fresh chicken, was gone. Any type of ground beef was gone. The only way I got ground beef was I took some flank steak and had them grind it up for me. And the one that I'm not surprised is it was hard to get bleach for a while.
Mm-hmm. So continuing here, J Vlogger Charlotte in Japan, who if you have not subscribed to her channel and checked out her content, I would recommend. I actually think she's pretty good, and I've enjoyed a lot of her content. Not a lot recently. I haven't actually watched her channel in probably 3 years, but I've for a long time watched her daily uploads and enjoyed them a lot. But she said postponement of Olympics is announced, and directly after, the number of cases goes up and Tokyo goes under lockdown. Coincidence? Would love to hear from all the twats who said I was a stupid foreigner and I didn't understand Japan's policies when I suspected that they were hiding numbers. Now, somebody replied here and said, wait, is Tokyo in lockdown? This was Harajuku. So this is a photo that they purport to be of Harajuku, which is in part of Tokyo, I think. It's like a ward in Tokyo, if I recall. Japan doesn't use, cities and towns and shit. They have all those weird prefecture ways of doing things. And she goes on to say they're announcing it in a few minutes regarding the actual lockdown. It was speculated they're going to do a lockdown real soon in Tokyo, right? But anyway, also Ariman from the Vic case, who Faisal Ahmed had claimed was a huge Vic fan. You know who I'm talking about? Ariman, Erica McCurd, I think her name is. Anyway, she said, "Sorry, could you clarify? Is it mandatory lockdown or just a request? Just like the closing the schools is only a request." She says, "Just a request." Just to be clear, I want to make this clear for everybody. Now, regarding this thing, this very likely is an official, like an actual, accurate, not bullshit picture of Harajuku that day. But I do want to point out that I have seen just as many, if not more, articles like this one, where they point out, fuck, we went out there, look how empty everything is. There's usually hundreds of people here, kind of thing. So anyway, so it depends on the area of Japan, where they're taking it seriously or not. In Tokyo, they have neighboring prefectures around Tokyo where people commute into Tokyo for work, right? Saitama Prefecture is one of those. And I was reading that every day, 930,000 people commute into Tokyo from Saitama alone. Right, Tokyo is the biggest city in Japan, obviously, in terms of population and population density and all that. So it's going to be a little different than Ueno Park, which I don't even know where that is, but you know what I mean. So the thing is, I also thought it was funny that they said that 900, the way that they quantified the 930,000 people from Saitama was a number of people greater than the conquering force of Attila the Hun, right? Which I thought was kind of crazy, because think about that number of people coming into a town. You know what I mean? That's almost 1 million people from Saitama alone. You know what I mean? It's just kind of bizarre to think about how things have changed over the world empiring and all that. So, continuing. So Satoshi Sugiyama, who's a writer for Japan Times, said the Prime Minister's tone was remarkably different and ominous Saturday, given the sharp rise in COVID-19 cases nationwide, saying, quote, "If a chain of uncontrollable infections occurs, the rate of infection could explode somewhere," right? So I'm just giving you my sense that people in Japan, and I think, to be clear, I think the people largely have been aware of how serious this is, and the government of Japan has been kind of playing it down. And I think that people's speculations are dead on that it was because of the Olympics, because Japan just can't afford to lose that as a venue, because it's going to do so much for their economy, right? And they've already sunk like 3 billion or 30 billion, some huge amount into it,
Speaking of the economy, I was thinking, why didn't they target or why didn't they label the lottery as non-essential, or close that down, because it promotes people to come into store, even though they're not going to get anything else. They'll just get lottery. I hear my echo as well now.
I don't hear it personally, but
yeah, people,
because I'm causing it. I don't know.
People are going out to stores to buy exclusively lottery. They're giving themselves a better chance of getting it or giving it to other people. And then it occurred to me, I'm like, oh, that's how the government's getting their money in these trying times. They're getting it from the idiots who are buying the lottery still. That's why they can't shut it down.
I don't know. That must be something in Canada. I don't know. I haven't paid. My time is like real precious to me, and I don't get to spend a lot of it. My wife watches Trump's press briefings and Andrew Cuomo's press briefings like every day, just to hear what they're saying. I don't have time to do that, because obviously I spend a day compiling articles and everything. So I don't know specifically because I know we just had the lockdown put out in Arizona, but it's voluntary. They literally say, you're not even going to be asked on the street while you're outside, which, again, I say this all the time. Rules you don't enforce effectively don't exist. So what's the point in even doing it? Don't call it an order. Just strongly ask people to stay home. you know. But I guess it is the fine print that not everybody's going to see that they aren't going to get punished for it. So maybe it works just as a fear tactic to get people to stay inside. But Versus he says, wonder if anyone's selling corona-free bags of air. If they are, I would almost guarantee they are actually bags of corona air. It's just saying.
I'm thinking that scene in Spaceballs where
Spaceballs, Perrier.
you got the, yeah.
Yes, so Lishansky says I listen to them too. A lot of the same each day. Yeah, and fucking Andrew Cuomo this morning, because my wife was listening to it and I had to hear it while I was going over the highlights for the articles. He went on a story about his brother Chris Cuomo, by the way, who's the guy at CNN who told you that it is illegal for you to read the WikiLeaks emails and that all the information is coming through him, the news media, right? But he went on this long fucking story about Chris Cuomo and about his life and stuff. It's like, dude, have you run out of stuff to say about coronavirus that you're just going to talk about your brother's career? Like, get on with it. Also, he apparently wears nipple rings. Keep an eye out for those, Lishansky, when you watch Andrew Cuomo. I shared some very incredible eye-opening proof in the chat for the podcast hosts, but maybe I'll send it to you later. This is a funny thing that's happened. Anyway, all right, so continuing here. Japanese mayor asks sister city in China to return donated masks as COVID-19 cases surge. But luckily for him, the story ends well. So, first of all, fat chance, right? Normally. But given these circumstances, it's understandable that the mayor of Toyokawa wants to ensure his city's residents have ample supplies of the as the city is set to run out of masks by May. And while Toyokawa has sent about 4,500 masks as well as protective equipment to suburban Wuxi New area, which is the Chinese sister city, it seems the mayor is only asking for the leftover masks. Now, fortunately for the mayor, in less than 24 hours, Wuxi New area was quick to respond, saying, "It has come to our attention that our sister city in Aichi Prefecture, Toyokawa, has a shortage of masks. We will be sending 50,000 masks promptly to support our sister city. This is the real power of friendship between our countries." So that's a unusual ending, considering they only gave him like 4,500 and they're sending over 50,000. But I'm going to caution you because I stumbled across this gem. Chinese factory worker caught contaminating medical masks before shipment arrived to New York.
Well.
So this video is floating around. You're rubbing him on his shoes, laughing and giggling. Right? This was shared on Twitter in China. But here's the thing. The footage was released the same day New York receives a large emergency batch of face masks from China. Well, number one, that means it's definitely not in that batch.
Right.
Because it would have taken, weeks for it to go across the seas and everything. And number two, this could be a batch that fell on the ground, like they're already contaminated, and he's like rubbing them on his shoes for a stupid internet video that he definitely shouldn't be
I don't
doing
think you would be able to send those out anyway because they'd all be mangled and stuff.
Go from rubbing them on your feet?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. But I'm just saying, like, this is not a good look for China, though, obviously. Right? Not exactly a good look to have the world hating you over something that, again, might be a joke. And it's a terrible fucking joke. It's a really bad time for jokes, especially.
I'm with you on the joke part. If you think about the production of this, why would you hand pack masks when you can use a machine?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like that would have to be a malicious act for him to have taken them out, dumped them on the floor, rubbed them all over his shoes, and put them back. Right. So I'm saying that it's probably more likely
just a hope
that he dropped them, like that the bag ripped or whatever, they spilled out on the floor and they're already contaminated, right? And that this video is like we're gonna send them to the foreigners like this, but they're not. But then they just dumped them in the trash or recycled them or whatever, I don't know. I can't speculate on that one. I mean, I can only speculate on that one way or the other. But I'm just saying these are probably the ones they got at Aichi Prefecture in the Toyokawa ward or whatever.
Shall we move?
Continuing.
All right.
Japan to ban entry to foreign travelers from the U.S., China, and most of Europe, which escalated to Japanese government places entire world on please do not travel to list for their citizens. And there's this article, which we don't need to go over the whole thing, but I thought there were some interesting tidbits in here. This may be the tip of the iceberg. Why Japan's coronavirus crisis may be just beginning. So there's some of this is going to be a recap of stuff we've already talked about, but I think it puts into perspective some things that we haven't quite connected the dots on appropriately yet. Like maybe we thought about them but didn't verbalize. So anyway, they said on Sunday afternoon in the Dai Nagoya building in Nagoya, Japan, Japan's industrial capital and one of the centers of the novel coronavirus outbreak in the country, Tully's Coffee is shuttered. A small sign outside the entrance says that due to COVID-19, the rooftop cafe will be temporarily closed. However, every single other store in the mall is open and bustling. The mall is a microcosm of the nation's response to the virus. Some public schools are set to reopen over the next few weeks, just over a month after Prime Minister Shinzo Abe shut them down on February 27th, which again was not mandatory. That was a request. Like, hey, this is probably a good idea. We'd suggest that you do this, but there was nothing that said you have to do this or we're going to come in with guns and shut you down, right? There are nearly 1,400 confirmed cases and over 44 deaths as of March 27th. On March 5th, 55 new cases were reported. Almost 3 weeks later, on March 25th, just 98 new cases were reported. Right, so they're getting into here that Japan's increase has been remarkably linear rather than exponential as other countries have, right? So compare that to the US, where 66 newly confirmed cases on March 5th turned into nearly 14,000 cases, right? Or sorry, I looked over at the screen share instead of the actual screen and lost my track and thought I read something twice. Anyway, all right. So 66 newly confirmed cases on March 5th turned into nearly 14,000 new cases on March 25th. Almost. I did it again. I read the other one. This highlight might not work on this new setup here. While much of the world's new case graphs look like terrifying exponential growth, Japan's appears to be mainly linear, right? So, but experts say that the true number of cases in the country almost certainly exceeds 1,400. The government has been criticized for its strict testing criteria, which requires patients to have had a fever greater than 99.5 degrees Fahrenheit, or 37.5 degrees Celsius for UFDM, for more than 4 days. So they have to have that degree, something greater than that. Like you basically have to have a 100-degree fever for 4 straight days or more before they even give you the test, right? Unless the patients are elderly, have other underlying health conditions, or are connected to a previously confirmed case. Some people who meet the criteria have been denied tests. Even the United States' badly flawed and belated testing effort eclipses Japan's minuscule effort. As of March 20th, the U.S. had conducted 313 tests per million people, compared to Japan's 118 tests per million people. Japan is using just 15% of its supposed testing capacity of 7,500 tests per day. South Korea, widely praised for its drive-through testing measures, is conducting more than 6,000 tests per million people, right? Although the thing is that, and I think this is an issue when I say this, but if you were to magically test everybody in the United States and in Japan and all that, you probably are going to find that our numbers look just as bad as Korea, which has had the worst numbers until Italy eclipsed them, right? They had the worst numbers outside of China until Italy eclipsed both, right? Which is obviously the problem. We don't want to be in this situation. The thing is, a lot of people are asymptomatic, don't know they have it, and are spreading it. So thus far, Japan has managed to escape exponential growth, but the worst may be yet to come. If you don't test, you find no cases and even no deaths. So here's the timeline of the coronavirus in Japan and the government's response. So this again is going to be covering a lot of the stuff that we've already talked about, but it's going to be like short little reminders like, hey, remember this? So anyway, Japan's first case of COVID-19 was a Chinese national who traveled to Wuhan, the city in Hubei province, China, where the virus first emerged. 2 weeks later, Japan confirmed its first case of an individual who had not traveled to Wuhan, a taxi driver in Tokyo who had recently driven a Wuhan tour group. The government's moved to bar the entry of people who had a history of traveling to Hubei province or Chinese nationals with a Hubei province issued passport. A month later, those entry restrictions were expanded to include people from certain regions devastated by the coronavirus in South Korea, Italy, and Iran, as well as 2-week quarantines for all visitors coming from China and South Korea. Throughout the month of February, most of Japan's cases were individuals connected to Wuhan, and the majority of cases were isolated and traced. A government-appointed panel reported on March 9th that 80% of the cases identified had not passed on the infection to anyone. So basically, they're testing people and finding out who they've interacted with, like what church did you go to, what company meetings did you go to, test all those people and find out if they've gotten it, and thankfully they didn't, right, in most cases. So, but when case numbers failed to abate through February, Abe moved to close all schools and request that community gatherings be suspended. Japan was hit with a wave of closures to tourist attractions, sporting events, concerts, and festivals. The governor of Hokkaido proclaimed a state of emergency beginning on February 28th and asked the population to stay indoors. For comparison, lockdowns began in northern Italy on March 8th, when more than 7,000 coronavirus cases had already been confirmed. So Hokkaido jumped on it quick, right? They saw this as being an epidemic that was going to be or a pandemic rather, that was going to be a huge issue. So they jumped on it immediately, right? As soon as they started to see that. So the central policy has been to focus on providing medical attention to those who are severely ill in order to prevent the nation's healthcare infrastructure from becoming overwhelmed. But as cases have steadily increased, not much has changed in terms of the government's policy response since late February. The Prime Minister's office announced on March 20th that according to the expert panel's latest recommendation, they would continue to focus on infection cluster countermeasures and preparing the healthcare infrastructure to be able to treat the seriously ill in the event of a leap in the infections. While Japan has a strong national healthcare system and more than 4 times the number of hospital beds per 1,000 people than the U.S., a shortage of medical supplies is an ongoing concern. More than 90% of medical institutions in Nagasaki Prefecture have said they are facing shortages of masks and disinfectant, and hospitals in Hokkaido are providing just 1 mask per hospital visitor per day to protect their supply, which I mean seems kind of like normal. Like you shouldn't be going in and like, oh, I dropped my mask. Can I have a new one? You know, or whatever. Anyway, rather than enacting widespread private or public closures, as has been prevalent throughout Europe and the U.S., the government's panel of experts simply asked people to continue to avoid environments that simultaneously meet the following 3 conditions: poor ventilation, dense crowds, and dense conversation, which we just talked about, right? Many in Japan did not comply with this request. Just this past Sunday, more than 6,500 people gathered for a martial arts event in Saitama, a city just north of Tokyo, despite the Saitama governor's pleas that the event be shut down. One attendee later came down with a fever and is currently awaiting the results of a coronavirus test. There has been plenty of speculation about the reason behind Japan's lack of exponential case growth. Suggestions, both optimistic and pessimistic, have covered everything from the fact that people in Japan don't typically shake each other's hands upon greeting, to the possibility that the government is failing to test tens of thousands of pneumonia patients for the coronavirus. Because again, if you've got pneumonia and you die before they test you and we just don't test you, we can keep the numbers lower. Right? Because if we test you and we find out you did have coronavirus and your pneumonia was caused by the coronavirus, then that makes those numbers get scarier, you know? So if we just pretend like it's not happening and keep telling our people everything's fine while people are dying left and right of pneumonia because it's pneumonia, not coronavirus, that kind of thing. So anyway, a data analyst expert and professor of neuroscience at Yokohama City University calculated that Japan's nationwide event cancellations and social distancing measures beginning at the end of February have cut the infection rate to 50% of what it could have been otherwise. He said, they said here, moderate social distancing was effective because it happened early. He said that in order to stop the virus completely, the country needs to increase its testing capacity by 6-fold to adequately identify and track cases. We saw event cancellations in Japan from a very early stage. I think that cases in Japan are not growing at an exponential rate as a result of these early interventions to reduce human contact. The key to Japan's linear rate of infections may stem not from acting more aggressively, but simply earlier, before sustained community spread took root. Japan began testing individuals with the coronavirus symptoms, and not only those with a history of travel to Hubei province, at the discretion of local governments around February 12th. The government then created a specialized team of public health and medical experts to identify and isolate infection clusters. Whenever a hospital confirms a new case, the government dispatches teams of medical and data experts to cooperate with local governments to locate and test anyone who has been in contact with the infected individual. We're almost done here. A lack of large case explosions, such as what happened with South Korea's patient 31, who single-handedly spread the disease to thousands, suggests that these cluster countermeasures have been mostly effective thus far. While it's more likely that Japan's early cluster tracking and social distancing measures are the main factors in limiting an explosive spread of the virus, famously clean Japan does have difficult conditions for a virus to thrive in. While good hygiene is far from universal in Japan, many people practice frequent hand washing, gargling, and disinfection. Japanese people rarely shake hands, hug, or kiss when greeting. For a reference, a 2015 survey found that 15% of Japanese did not wash their hands after using the toilet, compared to 40% of Americans. Hand washing reduces the risk of respiratory infection by 16%, according to the CDC. In terms of surgical and N95 masks, 53% of Japanese people wore masks regularly, a number that has almost certainly increased this year with the alarm bells about the coronavirus. Mask wearing reduced risk of influenza among Japanese school children by 8%. Japan may have other factors on its side as well. And this is, I thought, the most interesting thing in this article. The coronavirus was spreading in Japan in mid-January at the height of the flu season, whereas the virus did not spread in the US and Europe until after the flu season's peak. So perhaps the reason, this is again the theory, perhaps the reason why Japan hasn't been hit so hard is because people were already trying to avoid getting the flu during the time when it was spreading, right? So they were already increasing their hygiene, wearing masks, all the stuff they would normally do, right? And that just helped them. Whereas in the United States, people are like already aren't as eager to stop themselves from getting the flu. Nobody wears a mask over here until now. And now that the flu season's over, it's like people go back to not protecting themselves, and then of course they get sick, right? Anyway, but here we got some speculation around Japan's low coronavirus numbers suggested that the government was repressing the extent of the infection to ensure that the 2020 Olympic Games would be held on schedule. With the recent announcement that the games will in fact be postponed, that should be off the table. I disagree. I think that now that the games are going to be postponed, we are seeing the ramp up. I think that actually proves the theory, rather than it being off the table as a speculation here. It nevertheless remains clear that under-testing is masking the extent of infections in Japan. A leap of cases in Tokyo may prove that the virus has been spreading throughout Japan via mild and asymptomatic spreaders, and just as people begin to let their guard down, a newfound explosion of cases will emerge. When the number of cases reaches 3,000 to 5,000, the healthcare infrastructure will start to become overwhelmed, which I think seems a little low. But again, I think I talked about this already on the podcast. Every pandemic, we have this happen. There is a burst, then a die down, then a much bigger burst, then a die down, and then another burst. because what happens is people get complacent. They think that the thing is over, and then, oh, we've been spreading it. Oh shit, everybody's got it again, right? And this always happens. It happened with the Spanish flu. It's happened with the Black Death, although that was a whole clusterfuck of reasons for that. But anyway, there is also concern about the government's border control approach. The Japanese response has been to limit the entry of foreigners from affected regions into the country. However, there are many loopholes. Foreigners are not the sole risk factor of incoming diseases. South Korea cases reveal that the majority of cases were introduced by Korean citizens returning from travel and business trips abroad. Japan recently extended self-quarantine regulations to apply to visitors from Europe and the US, but these quarantines are self-enforced, unlike China and Taiwan. Faced with skyrocketing infections, much of Europe and the US have moved towards lockdowns. Japan hasn't. The government insists that it doesn't need to, citing that in some areas, almost all the local coronavirus patients have been identified via contact tracing. As long as cases continue to rise. But the thing is that, okay, so I've got coronavirus. I go to the hospital and I tell them, hey, I think I've got coronavirus. They test me. Yep, you've got coronavirus. Okay, who's everybody you've interacted with in the last week? Well, my family, everybody I work with, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so then you go to the people at work and it's like, well, you've got coronavirus too. Now, who have you interacted with? Well, everybody at work and my kids, school that didn't close down and blah, like it's just like the number gets bigger and bigger and bigger to the point where you can't chase that group. You just can't chase that group fast enough.
Well, at that point,
it's going to just keep spreading.
Effect.
Oh, hell yeah.
And people, like as we're seeing now, will start to vacate premises and stay home.
Well, that's why I said that if they wanted to contain this, what they should have done is just shut everything down for 2 months. Just 2 months. Hardcore shutdown. Everybody stays home. Stop the spread. Where it is spreading, where people are getting sick, where you go out to test because they're worried and stuff, and you have all these clusters of people, 10 people in this town think they have it. Go there, get them isolated, get them into the hospital, get them treated, get them out of there, avoid the infections. You do that for literally, you only really have to do it for 1 month. 1 solid month. That takes up 2 weeks of incubation and 2 weeks of treating, right? When the people actually get it, right? And then you can track it. And then that second month is just for the people that accidentally got exposed and got it during that time. But you're able to keep track of who has it, lock it down, and then 2 months go by, everything's over with, and our country just has to keep the borders locked down to try to avoid it from re-spreading because of people from other countries who didn't lock down for 2 months. Hold on. Hello.
Hello.
You've learned to open my door, apparently.
Oh.
Julie. You want to sit there? Mm-hmm. Okay. But I don't want you to fall and hit your head because there's no back to this chair. She wants to sit here. There's one right outside the door. You sit on that one.
Not as fun because it's not your fault.
Yeah. Rhys, can you switch the camera to me real quick? My daughter comes in and says, I want to sit there on this stool. And I pick her up, and there's literally this exact same stool, because we own 2 of them, sitting right outside the door of my office. She had to walk past to get in.
Do those lock in place?
Yes.
Like you have to press a switch to release?
Yeah, to release it, yeah.
Okay.
I think I got it at Walmart. I'm not sure. I don't usually shop there. Anyway, last bit here. As long as cases continue to rise, no one can afford to take their foot off the gas. Even if we continue with the measures already in place, the spread will not end. It is a worrying sign for a country that's clearly ready to take off the masks and enjoy the cherry blossoms. Now there's just like a couple more small things here. Just to predict the future, Southern Italy is facing rising crime and food shortages in the pandemic. So Sky News Australia has been sharing the societal breakdown, which has gotten way out of hand to the point where people are posting videos on social media saying, like, we're ready to kill. I'm going to kill people for food and stuff because I don't have money. I'm not allowed to leave my house. I'm not allowed to go to the store, and all that stuff, right? So this is about to get real ugly in Italy.
Okay.
Also, regarding Sky News, I think it's worth noting, CBS News blames a, quote, editing mistake after footage from Italian hospitals appears in report on New York coronavirus crisis. So this video has been making the rounds. I'll show you real quick. So you can see that was clearly the exact same footage. So this is CBS up here, and this is Sky News in Italy down here. Now, just because I want to give you a better visual here, I just want to point out, do you notice how this is zoomed in a little bit?
To avoid the
because they have
copyright
to
claim on
crop
YouTube.
out the Sky News watermark. No
Oh my
fucking duh. Every time. I'm sorry. That's not an editing mistake.
That was intentional. Like that one time we were
Knob
showing
Creek. Yes.
the quote unquote war when it was at a
Yeah, when it
gun
was the
range.
Knob Creek gun show thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Why do we trust the media? I mean, are you just that lazy that you can't go to a New York hospital and get footage? You can't call them and say, "Hey, could you take out your fucking phone and film a little thing for CBS News just so we can get the word out what the environment is like there?" No, we got to use our Italian one. Why do you got to steal this one from Italy and make it seem like things are way worse than they are? Now, unfortunately, on top of this, there's a little bit of a social media campaign going around called like Film Your Hospital or whatever. Have you guys heard about that?
Nope.
So people have been going to their hospitals and filming the fact that they're empty and saying, "That's weird. I heard on the news that this was full of people. They were at capacity and things were so bad. But here's all these tents that they set up in the parking lot where they claimed that they were testing people for coronavirus daily, every single day, and it's completely empty. There's nobody in here. There's not even equipment in these tents." Right? Now, I do think that the government and the media are lying about aspects of the coronavirus to us, in the public. But I don't think that they're fabricating its existence altogether. Although I will say, I am a little bit skeptical of the asymptomatic aspect of coronavirus in young people, because if you can convince people that that there's going to be a big chunk of you that are just not even going to get symptoms, but you're still, contagious and stuff, it's a control measure, Now, I do think that obviously things are way worse in some areas than in others, and that the media, I think, is trying to report on things before they get bad as a scare tactic to prevent them from getting as bad. Do you get what I mean? But I don't believe in lying to people, even when the intentions are good. You know what I mean? That's just not my thing.
I thought they were doing that to try to scare people into watching more of their stuff.
Oh no, because fear sells. Yeah, no, the ratings are through the roof because people after 9/11, during this, people stay tuned to the media all day, every day, because they're scared and they want to know what's going on. I just talked about my wife watching all of the press releases from Trump and Andrew Cuomo and all the people who are involved. I mean, you're glued to the TV, which of course, if you didn't know, Congress is trying to outlaw end-to-end encryption right now, taking advantage of the fact that you're distracted with this, right? So yeah, of course that's going on. Just be aware of it. But continuing here, a man was arrested for shouting, "I am the coronavirus." Also, I love the inclusion of the Corona font in the logo for Corona Chan. And also, what's the one? Did I send you that one on the Discord? Oh, fuck. What was that meme I sent? They had like the
two women and the cat.
Oh, no, it's a different one. I don't remember if I sent it to you. Anyway, I won't go into detail on it right now. So a reckless deviant was arrested in Japan after he decided it would be comical to shout remarks such as, "I am the coronavirus," in public, an incident that will likely not be the last. The 42-year-old company employee ventured into an electronics retail store in the front of Nagoya Station, where he shouted, "I am the coronavirus," and other such statements towards an employee who was helping customers. The troublemaker was arrested on suspicion of obstructing business. The suspect was believed to possess no symptoms of the coronavirus, neither admitting or denying the charges against him. He mentioned he would be consulting a lawyer, and police are currently investigating any potential motives he could have had. Aichi police have stated that malicious incidents concerning the coronavirus will be strictly dealt with. A similar story about a man shouting "Corona beam," which I think is hilarious, because I pictured the Maykara beam, finger up to the eye, "Corona beam," in public, was reported earlier, but subsequently removed from most news sites, leading some to believe that this vanished article was initially incorrect and developed into this new one, right? So maybe the guy saying "I am the coronavirus" was originally reported as "Corona beam." I don't know. I just thought it was funny. So continue. Let's see how the U.S. is dealing with stuff. Missouri Walmart liquor charged for making terrorist threat. A deviant demanding attention in the dangerous time that is the coronavirus era was arrested by police for making a, quote, terrorist threat after uploading a video of his unhygienic act of licking Walmart products. The criminal, 26-year-old Cody Feister, was charged with making a terrorist threat after purposefully spreading his germs onto items at a Missouri Walmart and uploading a video of it online. This incriminating stunt easily led to his arrest by Warrenton police, who noted that they were reached out to by those in the Netherlands, Ireland, and the United Kingdom. We take these complaints very seriously and would like to thank all those who reported the videos so the issue could be addressed. So here's a short video. I'll just repeat what he says so I don't have to stop and do the audio thing.
He should be arrested for the...
Yeah, he said, "Who's scared of the coronavirus?"
No, he should be arrested for that.
And then he
typo.
licks it. Oh, yeah?
Mothfucker.
Yeah. I think that was...
I think that's a bit more
I think that was intentional.
disturbing.
Yeah, no, I think it was an intentional. Like, you know how you say, like, 100? I see everybody wears these clothes that's like 400. Like, it's supposed to be 100, but it's like 4. It's like...
Yeah, but the S is right next to A. I mean, I should was probably trying to... I'm a nasty motherfucker.
No, I get it. I'm just saying. I feel like it doesn't matter. It so doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I feel I feel like this is more reminiscent to like a Tom Green show or Jackass stunt, just in the most
but those don't
inappropriate
happen
time.
during a pandemic. Yeah.
I know. Like I said, in the most wrong time.
Booked without bond, Pfizer was charged with low-level felony. The criminal was arrested on several other occasions for such crimes as burglary, theft of a firearm, drug possession, and driving under the influence. So clearly an individual who has a history of making good decisions.
He's not going to be liked by the judge.
All right, now we can do this one after pickups.
Pickups.
Who would like to go first?
How about me? Can you see me?
Okay.
All right. So beginning this time, I'm going to show something I already have, and that's Chaos Dragon. Something I didn't realize before is, as you see here,
it's upside down.
It's packaged upside down.
Great job, Funimation.
Is that why you bought it?
I want to.
No, I think he's saying he didn't know it beforehand. Oh, you bought it again so you could have one?
So I can keep it.
Wait, hold up. Show me the other one again.
Oh, it's the lame version.
Yeah. Okay, you bought it again so you could. I thought that was the slipcover of the one you were holding there, but it's the other one you just put away.
You got the Essentials version instead of just buying another one of the regular ones.
Yeah, just get the cheaper one because I already got the version I want. If I want to watch it. Yeah.
So wait,
I mean, you could have just shown it on the podcast and had it archived on video that it was shrink wrapped that way.
Yeah.
And not had to spend an extra money, but
it was cheap. I mean, seriously, it was really cheap. So up next is Ass Class Season 1. Ooh, that smile on its face. Followed by...
So someday there needs to be a OCA Podcast shirt of the members of that, but they're all asses.
Ass class.
Have like the reunion pick, followed by the live action movies, plural. Plural movies.
The moves. That I can see it now. Okay. The movies. No, it's just the I was like blending in.
Yeah. So the movies. I don't know how long this, or I don't know how
many.
Oh, there's 2 movies. Never mind.
Okay. Always doing the diligent, thorough research.
Another movie of the full year time frame, which I don't know if this gives like a appropriate conclusion, encore, or just.
I think it's kind of like a compilation movie. Maybe maybe an epilogue is in there somewhere. I don't know.
But who
I kind
can
of think of the title of Assassination Classroom. Like if you look at that guy, the mascot guy, like it changes the context of that title so much that if you were to take the logo for Assassination Classroom and put it over other anime like covers like Clannad or something, it would just completely change what you'd think of Assassination Classroom. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you go.
He's about to get assassinated.
All right. So up next we
He's gonna
have
get assassinated. Get it? All right.
So what we got is
Real ass
Ko
class.
Sensei Roquest Q.
Core Sensei Quests.
Yes. I'm more interested in watching this one, but
You gotta watch the series first.
I know. I've seen season 1. So
I have pretty low expectations for the show.
So up next is Ultraman Guide, the movie, Contact the Wishes. Ooh.
On Blu-ray. Who released that? Is that Shout?
Mill Creek.
Mill Creek. Oh yeah, I should have known.
And followed by a sealed copy of Servant X Service,
which will become obsolete once they actually reprint it.
So be it. What's funny is this was a bid offer from the seller. I bidded what I wanted to pay for. Then okay, they didn't accept. Let's see how high it is. Okay, got the most minimum. He wanted higher than that, so no, I'm not buying it for that. Then a week later, eBay introduced like the 20% off, which was lesser than the price I wanted to pay, so I got it that way. So however that works.
Because when the coronavirus stuff started, a anime set that I wasn't seriously like going to like jump on or whatever, but it was like kind of a rare set that there occasionally one will pop up or whatever, but I'm like, I can wait. I put like a low price on it, you know, and the guy didn't even respond to me. He just like, fuck you. And then coronavirus comes, he's like, I need money. Here, take it for that price. You know? And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. You talking to me?
So that is it for my pickups.
All right. So I also have a pickup that I've shown before. And that is Attack on Titan. What?
Attack on Titan what?
Tightwad?
Okay, I think I see the Star Blazers sets on the very top middle shelf where you see the pink and purple of Skip Beat. I think those are Trailblazers.
Get out of here.
I'm not sure about the two
I think they're Trailblazers.
I hope you enjoy that pizza.
Star Blazers.
Okay, goodness gracious. Attack on Titan Season 3 limited edition that apparently I accidentally got 2 of. And I went to like compile all the stuff from the last pickups or whatever into the collection, and I went to pull it out, and I'm like, wait a minute, why are there 3 of these boxes for season 1, 2, and 3? So yeah, I've got this is still sealed. This is my extra of it, and then so Nagoya, Japan. Do you guys remember I messaged you like, well, I've got the coronavirus. Yep. Yeah, I got something that was shipped from Nagoya, Japan. It's kind of rare. This was only sold through a mail-in. It's the Yo Son Goku and his friends return OVA, where Vegeta's brother, who should not exist at all, this stupid ass character that they reference in both the
Super.
Broly movie and Battle of Gods movie, but never in the show. So anyway, but it's rare. It's never been released in the United States, and this particular version of it was only available through a mail-in, and I happened to find it for a decent price, so I got it. But it shipped from Nagoya, so I'm gonna die. Sorry about that, guys.
What's sad is that's like the last appearance Launch is made in the series.
No, it was sad when he
don't
decided to
think so.
forget about her in general, rather than that's the last.
I think she is in one episode of Super, actually. I think she's in I think she's at Master Roshi's house in an episode of Super with TN or something like that. I forget.
All right, random question, AC. Do you own MXC Most Extreme Elimination Challenge?
No, I don't have Takeshi's Castle.
Oh, okay.
I don't really want the MXC version of it anyway.
Aw, all right.
That's one of those shows that's like, that's fun when you only catch 1 or 2 episodes every week. But when you sit down and try
I
to
watched
marathon,
it on when it was on Spike back in the day. That was fun.
Yeah, you can still.
yeah, like I said, it's a good show that you can enjoy in small doses. But if you were to get the box set and try to sit through that, you'd be like, why am I watching this? Anyway. All right. So I want to address some of the comments, if you guys don't mind, real quick. So,
I still got pickups.
okay. Well, jump through them. Let's do it.
Alright.
I just want to verbalize to the audience that I will be getting to your comments.
Alright. I broke the
Oh yeah,
bank.
your $500 order.
No, $700
Oh, I'm sorry.
because these are $130 each plus tax.
Ugh.
So,
Masochist.
so I got the Promised Neverland season 1, and then all of March Comes in Like a Lion.
Right on.
Is that like different, like DVD than Blu-ray?
These are all Blu-ray.
They're
These are all
Aniplex.
Blu-ray. So,
So-
these are the more compact sets because these are like 12 episodes, 11, 11, 11.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's not like 6 episodes each.
Congratulations on your purchase. I should probably, well, can you full screen? Oh, yeah, here you go. That way people can see a slightly
So that's
bigger
it.
image.
That's
Okay,
it.
and then
I still
Would you-
advocate
would
for
you know?
UK. Oh, you're
Do you have
asking
any-
about
do you have any-
my
do you have any
pickups?
pickups you want to share?
Apart from this that I'm sending in private chat, which isn't
yeah.
really a pickup.
Yeah, no, we can talk about this. If it's what I think it is. Oh no, that's not it. But we can still talk about it.
I don't know what you were thinking then.
I thought you were talking about your One Piece thing that I was commenting on about the Boogie Woogie box.
my anime playmat that's totally based on an anime character from an anime, right? Yeah. No, it's just an alternate art for a character in the Magic, but it's anime style.
Okay.
It's really awesome. And that's my
Wow,
only
here's some
pickup.
trends for me. Trans Day of Visibility.
Oh yeah. Of course.
Sonic Xbox sweepstakes.
I thought it was Sonic
Give Leafy
X
his Twitter
some-
back. Okay.
Wait, what?
All right. Anyway, so let me address some of the chat real quick. Let me.
Let's see.
So
Bark. There's a dog. A dog bark. Let's see.
have we already discussed how China is lying about their numbers? I think we have, but just in case we haven't, I've
Well,
heard people say like China's numbers have gone down. No, they stopped testing.
Mhm.
They stopped testing. That's why their numbers haven't gone up. It's not that they've got everything under control. They just stopped testing because it's such a bad look. And they're already fucked so hard with this that they're like, well, whatever. You know, we have to like. They stopped testing. Anyway, continuing here. Versus he said, I was watching a live stream. Some guys in Japan were using panties from the panty machines as masks. Well, whatever works.
Well, you have to soak it in urine for it to be a gas mask, right?
Let's see. I saw some pictures from China of them using like combination of bottles and vegetables, and one used a vegetable with a what do you call it? Disposable pad.
Gross.
Yeah, that's
Lishansky
gross.
says, can China receive the status of shithole country? As far as I'm concerned, the vast majority of China has already been considered a shithole country. Now I got a good excuse to have panties on my face in public. You're right. Please chronicle how that goes for you.
I swear, it's because of virus.
Bow versus handshakes. I guess that can make a difference. Yeah, as we were talking about with Italy, like the kiss on the cheek. Obviously, that's why things have gone so much worse in Italy than in Japan.
Hug an Asian Day.
Yeah, hug a Chinese day.
Hug a Chinese. Okay,
Hug a coronavirus patient day, pretty much. I have family members getting pissed at me. This is from Lishansky. For supporting my family by going to work, since I am considered essential. They say I am part of the problem. Fear does crazy things to people. Yeah. Even if I wasn't considered essential, I would still try to go to work until I was forcibly not allowed to by the government, right? Because I have to. I don't have a choice, you know? But I understand you've got like a very young, I'm not very young anymore, year-old? Is your son a year-old now? Were you guys having a second? I think you guys were having a second.
And he's got another one on the way. So
yeah. So it's not only that much more important that you go to work, but also that much more important that you don't get the coronavirus because you want to give it to your.
The thing is, it depends on where you're working if it's essential. Because if you're like, say, I don't know, behind the scenes and you're exclusively working with people that you work with and public,
sure.
Then that's completely different from someone who serves.
I'm only going to get contaminated from the people I work with, whereas the people at the actual like storefronts, they're seeing the general public every single day. It's a different group of people, you know, and they're seeing hundreds and hundreds of people every day. Yeah, no, that's much more. I get it. Like I do understand.
Speaking of that, Dollar General has grown quite a lot from this.
Greenline 743 says I stopped trusting the media a while ago. Good. Now stop trusting the government. Speaking of viruses, I got the flag collector set from Right Stuff.
I was really upset to hear. Was it Lishansky before who said that? Him or someone else said about the flag set. I was thinking, I'm glad to know that I was tracking down Volume 2 for God knows how long. And now, Right Stuff has the whole thing.
Oh, that reminds me. I have another pickup.
Ooh, pick it up.
Hold on. I'll grab it in a second. The Magic the Gathering alternate art Planeswalker card from Japan were pretty cool.
Yes. Agreed.
Name where this anime quote is from. You may have those silver feet, but I got those gold fingers.
I'm drawing a blank.
I want to say Great Teacher Onizuka for some reason, but that's probably not right. And then Lishansky says 2-year-old son, daughter due in June. We make printers for large factory production and supply spare parts and machine services. So regarding his essential status, was that from G Gundam? No, I don't think it is, because that's the Shining figure. Oh, is it? Wow. Versus Seed said yes. Oh, you know, actually, no. Now that you mention it, I can hear it in Domon Kashu's voice. Anyway, so what was I saying? For your sake, I hope whatever state you're in gets things under control, because I would not want to rush to the delivery room while the hospital is filled with coronavirus patients. In fact, when I went to the emergency room or the urgent care or whatever for my son's burn, they're like, just so you know, all of our rooms are filled and it's probably going to be like an hour wait because of the coronavirus. You know, and I'm like, they're like, so make sure your son doesn't touch anything. And I'm like, that's great. Thank you, because I can definitely control that. You know, a kid who's yelling and screaming and wailing with his hand having like blisters that are bubbling up and everything. Anyway, so yeah, I'm coronavirus infected, confirmed. I'm calling it now. Yeah. But anyway, voice actor. Oh, I did have a pickup. So previously I showed you guys, I got that art box of Shonen Omioji. It's filled now.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Hey, we can both have that show now.
Oh crap! I can't get back in there. Okay. All right. So let's talk about Richard. No, not Richard. William Dufries passed away due to cancer.
We talked about this last podcast. The only reason I showed this or shared this in the doc was I didn't realize he was Bob the Builder. The original.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
English
For the
dub
first
voice of
9
Bob the
seasons or
Builder.
something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. In anime, Dufries voiced the character Lupin III in the manga UK dubs of Lupin III Bye Bye Lady Liberty and Lupin III The Mystery of Mamo. So
Are those
I
dubs
assume,
that are on the discs we have?
Yep.
I believe the Mystery of Mamo one is, there's
Yeah.
2 different dubs for that one. though,
There's
I know
4 different dubs for
But
Mystery of
Liberty
Mama.
only has that one dub.
There's
Say
4
what?
different dubs for Mystery of Mama.
Yes,
Bye
but
Bye
what did
Big
August?
Liberty only has that UK dub.
I know, because it never got dubbed elsewhere.
Right.
But I was thinking it was interesting because Manga UK got bought by Funimation, and Discotek released that instead of Funimation, which
Yeah.
Funimation has had a history of releasing Lupin titles in the past. Which the only good thing about that is that they at least dubbed them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, Chris Sabat and Sonny Strait are not Richard Epcar and Tony Oliver. You know.
Yeah.
He also voiced Subaru Kimaragi in the English dub of the X anime film, and he voiced numerous other roles in anime such as Angel Cop, Patley Appleseed, New Dominion Tank Police, and Venus Wars. He was also the co-founder of Pocket Universe Productions.
Regarding what you were trying to mention about Lupin and Funimation and Discotek, there's some timeline differences for what you're trying to point out there, but we can drop that.
Yeah,
I think,
I'm just saying that.
Bye Bye Lady Liberty's first DVD release over here came out after the one called Fujiko Mine was released, and that was pretty much after basically the same timeline was like where Funimation was like, okay, this isn't selling for us, let's just wipe our hands with the franchise. This other company,
Yes, but because they got it, it's just interesting that they handed it off basically to the Discotek, which I'm grateful for. I'd much rather get a Discotek release for anything Lupin related than a Funimation release. But I'm just saying
that out was this was before the Funimation buyout of Manga Entertainment.
I'm not 100% on that, but maybe. Anyway, Cat Shit 1. It's definitely going to make its goal of $276,000. No chance whatsoever it isn't going to succeed. Also, I still
unless
haven't.
a millionaire drops in and just like, hey, I'll fund this.
I need about 1 billion of these little figures that nobody needed and definitely aren't worth 200. What was it? $50,000, $276,770. So yeah, look forward to that getting successful. Now's the time to back the extremely expensive ones of only $314 to get the Blu-ray and the DVD, because that's definitely they don't need it, but that'll help, right?
Are people that passionate about this movie?
I don't know what they were thinking.
Apparently not, because
it almost seems like they meant to put down 276,770 yen, but accidentally put down dollars or something like that. It's actually, no, I'm just kidding, because it's actually 30 million yen, right? Oh. Anyway, so continuing here, third editions, which looks to be on track for their 66,000 goal, which has 8 days left to go. Seems like it's going to make it. But here's the thing. Previously, it was 3 books. It's appearing that we've got a JoJo book as a potential 4th
stretch goal.
Book for a stretch goal. So if you guys were on the fence, might not be a bad idea to get it, you know.
Now, my thing is, it's scroll down. It comes with an art box. One of the tiers comes with an art box for the quote-unquote 3. Will that art box now include 4?
I would hope so. I would certainly hope so. And it would also suck if it's like, yeah, well, you bought the pledge that comes with 3 books. Yeah, we got the stretch goal. The 4th book's getting made, but you got to buy that separate. It's like, well, tell me that ahead of time. If that is the case, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying that the one I bought comes with these books, right? So I hope that that's not an issue and that they would tell me that so that I could up it, because then they might actually get that stretch goal. You know what I mean? If I did it ahead of time.
Yeah.
So anyway, now Anime Expo released this. Since July 2019, our team has been working hard to make AX 2020 the best experience possible. Our goal is to be able to continue supporting the industry and bringing joy to our community through our events. So here is their full statement. We're going to do this every week, probably, just FYI. There's been a lot of uncertainty around the world these last few weeks caused by COVID-19 novel coronavirus. And we hope you and your family are staying safe and healthy during these unprecedented times. It is at these very times when we recognize more than ever that for many, Anime Expo is more than just an event. It's a community, an annual reunion, a home. Since July 2019, our team has been working hard to make AX 2020 the best experience possible. That being said, we recognize the concerns from our attendees and are continuously and thoroughly reviewing all aspects involved in planning an event as large as ours. As many of you know, planning for Anime Expo begins months and even years in advance. Event planning consists of many moving parts, and every change can potentially have a broad effect, especially when dealing with a large-scale event. As circumstances change every day, it's important to take time to review all of the available information, assess the various aspects of our events, and consider all of the different factors such as logistics, system capabilities, production timelines, various obligations, and other resources. Our hearts go out to the numerous events that have postponed and canceled in the past few weeks. We know that many members of our community have already been impacted by those changes. As fellow fans, as well as former attendees and volunteers, we are deeply aware of what events like Anime Expo mean to people. For attendees, it's a place to connect with friends and much more. For exhibitors, artists, contractors, performers, and more, conventions are an important source of income. For our staff, planning events is a labor of love and a livelihood. We have no doubt that the closures and cancellations are an important sacrifice to help flatten the curve, but we also empathize with the countless individuals who have been adversely affected in the process. Doing our due diligence, they say, we hear and understand your concerns, and we continue to work hard to make Anime Expo 2020 a fun, safe, and memorable experience for our attendees. The situation changes with every day, and as it does, we continue to reevaluate each and every factor as it ultimately contributes to the safety and health of our community, as well as to the future of AX. While we are unable to provide you with all the answers you want right now, we want to assure you that we are doing all we possibly can to address your questions, be as transparent as possible, and ensure that we are able to get through this difficult time together. Our goal is to be able to continue supporting the industry and bringing joy to our community through our events. Event updates for Anime Expo 2020 and Project Anime Los Angeles will be posted on their respective websites and social media channels. Thank you for your patience, blah, blah, blah. So, still not canceled as of March 27th, which I, of course, am thrilled about. However, it's worth noting, the LA Convention Center is being prepared to quarantine coronavirus patients. So, we're really banking on April, May, and June getting this whole coronavirus thing, sorted out. Which, to be fair, I do think is possible, but I don't have a lot of faith in California. I think it's possible in other parts of the country for sure, but I do think it's going to be a year and a half from the start of it. At least a month ago, a year and a half from then, that this is going to continue going on, and things aren't going to go back to normal until then.
So
but
if you have an unlucky string and AX is not able to go, and I'm not going to push that one that I'm joking with you about, would you go to an anime convention around you this year?
No, because the
Vendors.
the epicenter of the coronavirus in Arizona is in Phoenix, and that's where SabotenCon is. I also vowed, I didn't release the video. I went back to SabotenCon one year after the video I did where I went to Miss Art's panel, and I was trying to meet up with Duo, because Duo goes to ASU, or at least he did at the time. And the thing is, ASU has like 4 campuses that are like, I don't know, 40 or 50 miles apart from each other. And he wasn't at the one that Sabaton is next to. So we got there looking for him, and I'm sending him like my location and everything. It's like, I don't know where you are. I don't recognize the building you just took a picture of. And then we're like, wait a minute. I'm in the Tempe campus right now. Like, where the hell are you? Anyway, so we went, and my son was not well behaved, and he was like 3 or 4. I mean, he was young. Like, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I was going through my footage on my camera to take stuff off from more recent first impressions I've recorded, and I found the footage of us, my wife and I, just sit in the car, and we just have like we're fuming right now. We're so fucking mad. And we just talk about how like we're never coming back because of how awful it was. But I didn't edit that together and release it because it was just like, it wasn't a good look. But anyway, yeah, I'm not going back to SabatonCon for that reason. Nothing to do with them. It's just like, there's not really a reason to go, especially with young kids. It's not that great. Yeah, anyway, but yeah, so this is, they are preparing mostly because there's going to be like, they expect homeless people who have to be treated and then need to be put somewhere for quarantine, and they need to get them out of the hospitals because they can't.
That's why the real solution is eating the homeless, because it conquers world hunger, cures the homeless problem. And
but the thing is that the people who have both of those problems are the same people.
Exactly. Kill the homeless. It gets rid of the homeless with the disease and all homeless in general, and conquers world hunger and overpopulation. I've got a much better solution.
This solution you're projecting sounds a lot like a solution that I've put forth, which is that if every business was open 24 hours a day, then you would have significantly less crime because more people would be out and about at night. You would reduce unemployment by a significant margin because there would be more jobs available for people, right? Like I have my own theories
but you'd have
on this.
more people just standing around for like 8 hours on the night shift.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because they're not doing it during the day shift. And if everything's open 24 hours, then you can just go wherever you want, whenever you want. It's the ultimate freedom, right? Anyway, continuing with news. So they, like yesterday, I got this message from Anime Expo regarding their 2020 hotel block cancellation policy changes. So basically, they shifted it forward a month. So now you have an opportunity you can wait an extra month before canceling your trip to see how things pan out. So basically, any reservations that are canceled on or after May 1st, 2020 will only be assessed a $50 fee per room. Previously, it was April 1st, so it's a month later. Any reservations that are canceled on or after June 1st, 2020 will get a $100 fee per room. Previously, that was May 1st, right? So they pushed it a month. Now, let's talk about some... oh, God, yes. You guys remember we talked about 24 getting rebooted in Japan?
Yeah.
I'm going to risk the copyright claim on this one.
So this be like
this was too funny.
Series 3 of this?
I mean, I guess if you're referring to the reboot with the black guy that wasn't Jack Bauer as Series 2.
I'm not familiar with the series.
Because there's like at least 9 seasons plus the short 12 episode season for when Jack came back. And then it was like, that was great, but it wasn't as fulfilling as the 24-hour ones. And then all of a sudden they're like, now Jack's gone altogether. Let's have a different guy take over. And nobody cared because the show is Kiefer Sutherland. I mean, he holds it together quite a bit. Anyway, 20th Century Boys star Toshiaki Karasawa named Japanese Jack Bauer in 24 reboot. That could work. Over a year ago, development of a Japanese reboot of the hit American TV series 24 began. While met with skepticism, the original show had been hugely popular in Japan, leaving many hungering for more counterterrorism thrills and cliffhangers. I like to think the show's popularity owed a lot of these I like to think the show's popularity owed a lot to these weird songs that were used to promote it. Allow me to bless your ears with these songs. You guys can hear it, right?
Yeah.
I'm Jack Bauer, always in danger. I am Jack Bauer. I never die. I am Jack Bauer. I get pissed easily. I'm actually a crybaby. It's literally just random clips from the show with them narrating it in song, right?
Wow.
This is actually used as the promotional commercials in Japan. I am Jack Bauer, the guy who don't. To the guys who don't confess, I am Jack Bauer. I yell at them really close. Anyway, it just keeps going, and it's wonderful. No, we're gonna get copyright claim. We're gonna get this 144p copyright claim. All right. So now, new details have emerged from Japanese 24's producers at TV Asahi. Most importantly, the role of Japanese Jack Bauer has been bestowed to Toshiaki Karasawa. Those outside of Japan may know Karasawa best from his roles as Kenji Endo in 20th Century Boys and blu-ray in the live-action Kashurn adaptation. Karasawa had a reputation for pulling off emotional roles, such as the lead in the 2003 remake of the medical drama Shiroi Kyoto, as well as deftly handling action parts involving martial arts and guns. It's a great resume so far, but he's not resting on that alone to fill the blood-soaked shoes of Kiefer Sutherland. I'm hearing something in the background. I can't tell what it is. Augie's muted, though. It doesn't sound like it's my voice, though. So somebody else is watching something else. You can, but mute, if you will. Anyway, so the 56-year-old actor said, I think a lot of Japanese people have seen 24 and think this can't work in Japan. Criticism and complaints are natural. Even if I worry about it, it can't be helped. However, I want to make people think, even though he's Japanese, Toshi Bauer works quite hard, doesn't he? Toshi Bauer is also training hard every day and practicing his hand-to-hand combat to prepare for the physically demanding role of an oft-stepped-on CTU agent, counterterrorism unit. I don't usually put it all on the line for acting, but this time I'm going to. It sounds promising, considering that from the outset, a Japanese production of 24 had a very high potential to become laughably bad. Comments online, however, remain skeptical. He's too old, isn't he? I'm a small old guy, okay here? Wait, is a small old guy okay here? The good news is that expectations are so low that they can only impress us. I'm not worried about Karasawa as much as the average quality of Japanese TV shows. His face looks too warm and round. Wait a minute, there's a CTU in Japan? If there's gunfights in Japan, it's unrealistic. But there's no gunfights in 20. But if there's no gunfights in 24, it's uninteresting. Okay, yeah. I can't say I'm quite as pessimistic as those people. Karasawa is about the same size and age as Kiefer Sutherland. Granted, the original 24 began 19 years ago. The plot seems to be sticking closely to the original as well, with Karasawa playing CTU 1st Division A-Team agent Genba Shido, who gets... I wanted Toshi Bauer, who gets mixed up in a plot to assassinate Japan's first female prime minister. It's a measured optimism, though. As some comments rightfully pointed out, the original 24's plots involving lots of gunfights and international espionage that doesn't seem very at home in Japan. Moreover, having watched Japanese television dramas for so many years, it's still painfully easy to see how this could evolve into a low-budget Matlock ripoff or a romantic comedy by the time it airs this October. So, I don't know about you guys, but I will definitely be watching this. I will buy the Japanese box sets if I have to, because I love 24. I have a box set of it somewhere, like the huge 9 box sets in one pack. This show is so good, and I've literally been itching to go back to it because for some reason, I think it's every other season. All of the even numbered seasons deal with a pandemic, right? Like every single, like it literally goes from nuke, pandemic, right? Like, and it's like clockwork. I'm not even kidding. Every single one of them lines up that way. But I've been itching to watch it again, but probably won't just because can't watch it with the kids. But and also have other obligations like Dunbine and whatnot. Anyway, so I'm looking forward to that a lot. And let's get our other. Fuck, that's gonna be stuck in my head all day now. I never die. Like, I just love that. All right, here's the streaming news from Crunchyroll. An update to our English dubs. Basically, they're going to pause the English dub releases after the following episodes of the series. So, Inspector Episode 7, Since I Fell in Love, Science fell in love, so I tried to prove it. Episode 8, Somali and the Forest Spirit. Episode 8, Welcome to the Demon School, Iruma-kun. Episode 15, and additionally, the English dub of Konosuba, God's Blessing on This Wonderful World, Legend of Crimson will also be paused for the time being. So there you go. There's that. And WTK on Twitter said Psychopaths 3 First Inspector is now streaming on Amazon Prime Video. Rhys, did you watch this?
I did.
Recommendation? Good?
Yeah, it's a decent closure to season 3.
Right on. I haven't watched season 3 yet.
It's closure to season 3?
Like it provides
I'm confused.
Closure. Yep, season 3. We have not gotten a physical release for season 3 yet.
I would very much love to do
season 3 is already. What's First Inspector? That sounds like the first episode of season 3.
It's a thing in the Inspector thing is a thing in season 3. So
Lupin the Third, the first.
No,
I know it's confusing.
But anyway,
anyway,
we were like speculating because when this movie was first announced, it said compilation. If I remember,
right?
And we were speculating it'd be like, oh, there's going to be a recap. It's not a recap whatsoever. It's basically 3 episodes.
Okay.
I can dig it. 3 of the 45-minute episodes, and they literally have credits. Opening theme, credits. Opening theme, credits. Opening theme, credits.
3 times.
That's not enough.
So, I mean, it could have just been a regular 22-episode series instead of like 8 45-minute episodes, and then this 3-episode, ending cap.
So, Digital Media Rights Retro Crush anime streaming service launches with classic anime titles. So, Rhys, you shared this. Do you have anything specific you want to say, or should we just go over that?
It sounds like it's going to be like an app, like Netflix. So you can like watch it on Roku, Apple TV. Your Wi-Fi enabled televisions.
And it's apparently free. You can't even pay for a premium if you want to.
Well, I mean, probably it's ad supported though. I know that. So
yeah. So that's pretty cool. I mean, I guess a lot of discotheque stuff that can be streamed will probably end up there.
Or hold on, I want to address some of the chats because I missed a lot of them. Yashansky's in Wisconsin. Good luck, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin?
An hour away. So just to be clear, they told me it was going to take a long time, but they were watching my son through the thing. Like they could see in the waiting room. They said, we've got nurses in here. They're going to keep an eye on him. And then before we knew it, a nurse came out and gave him an ice pack, which he did not want to put on his hand because ice burns when it's super cold or whatever. My son was absolutely miserable. I mean, he was in agony. I don't know what they did. They like kicked somebody out of a room or whatever. They got us in and they helped him. And he's like, he has no pain anymore. He's like pretty much all better because of the burn ointment. So, but I'm just telling you what they did tell me and everything. And I was like, great. I just want to be clear though. I thought, I'm not looking forward to paying the bill whenever I get it, but I was very pleased with, how they treated us and handled everything. Anyway,
are you saying the hospital? How are you saying the hospital was very hospitable?
Well, it was urgent care, but yes. Lishonsky says, "Gotta head home. Take it easy, man. Hope to see you again soon." And Random Blood said, "I went to emergency a year ago and had to wait 5 hours in emergency before anyone saw me with possible appendicitis."
That's socialist healthcare.
There you go. So, yeah, I was at urgent care. Not I said emergency room, but I went to urgent care. It wasn't the emergency room of a hospital. Because it was just a burn. He was just getting some ointment and a bandage. You know what I mean? But I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I had appendicitis as a kid and had my appendix removed and everything. I think I told the story before about how they didn't tell my parents what was going on and said, yeah, it'll be like an hour procedure or whatever. And then like 8 hours later, they finally wheeled me out or whatever, because they had actually, something happened in my body where my appendix actually burst, but like my organs repositioned in such a way that it prevented the poison from spreading. And they actually flew doctors in from all over the country to come see it. While I was under the
anesthesia.
Under the dog.
Right?
High-paying people got to observe you.
Yeah, but they didn't tell my parents when they said like it'll be like an hour procedure, and then it's like an 8-hour procedure. My parents are worrying, like years off their life, and they just didn't bother to tell them. So anyway,
well, they got the doctors in the opera room looking at us like,
You the kid that had the junior mint in them?
The what?
Junior mint. Dropped in the body.
No.
Okay.
So here's the things that are the launch lineup includes Wicked City, Demon City, Shinjuku, Urusei Yatsura 2, Beautiful Dreamer, Gogol 13, The Professional, Space Adventure Cobra, the movie, Go Nagai's Devil Lady, Fuse, Memoirs of the Hunter Girl, Virtua Fighter, Angel Cop, Project A-ko, Magical Angel Creamy Mommy, Twilight of the Cockroaches, and the service will soon add the following works at a later date: Magical Star, Magical Emmy, Magical Fairy, Persia, Magical Idol, Pastel Yumi, Cyber 6, Cat's Eye, and Itazura Nakis. So these three have not ever gotten a release over here, I don't think. So that's kind of good to see that they're bringing stuff that we haven't had. And they're also going to be having, I think they're going to be putting it on YouTube as well, publishing clips from it here. But the actual service they're trying to get you to use because it's ad revenue based.
I could have sworn in their commercials I keep seeing that they had Neo-Ranga, but I could be wrong.
I don't know.
Neo-Ranga Sensei, Arrow Manga Sensei.
Are you basing that off of the images here? Because this is
around YouTube.
Gunbuster.
I mean, not YouTube, around Facebook and stuff.
Oh no, this isn't Gunbuster. This is
Dygard.
Yeah. Anyway,
I keep seeing commercials for this across Facebook and Twitter, and I could have sworn that you see like silhouettes of the three from Neo-Ranga, and later on their friend that they pilot from the backside, but it could be something else.
Pilot from the backside, new band name. Okay. All right. Good news. Things are going well for Adult Swim's Uzumaki anime. So basically somebody asked DeMarco, they asked, is Uzumaki still coming out in 2020? With everything going on? If so, got a tentative date for us? DeMarco said, I can't tell you anything about Uzumaki just yet. Beyond that, things are going very well, or just going well. and thus far there have not been any coronavirus related delays. Also, not coronavirus. Netflix Castlevania already returning for season 4, so I can't wait to find out who gets a la carded in this season.
Yeah. It just evolves into every single episode as a new threesome.
Is a new anal sodomy.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got some theater release news. Third Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel anime film delayed to April 25th. This is the Japanese release date getting delayed. I expect it to be what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you said no.
No.
So I expect it's going to be even later, obviously for us. But I'm okay with that because I don't really want to go to a theater when all this is going on, and I want to get that footage. Although it would be nice to go to a theater when it's completely fucking empty to get that footage. Anyway, so do you have anything else you want to say here, Rhys, before I move on? Okay. So I'm using this one, same information from the one you shared, but better images. G-Kids Nabs Lupin the Third, the first 4 U.S. theatrical release. English subtitled and dub releases are planned for 2020. Boy, I hope it's September or later.
Yeah.
Well, the only worry, apart from the dubcasts being different, would be the lip flap. So we have Final Fantasy VII Advent Children.
Yeah.
Of course. So plans are in place for both subtitled and dub screenings. No dubcast has been confirmed at this time. This is the summary from G-Kids. The iconic gentleman thief returns in an action-packed adventure as Lupin III and his colorful companions race to recover the Bresson Diary before it falls into the hands of a dark cabal that will stop at nothing to resurrect the Third Reich. So, sounds amazing. And for anybody who might
watch Lupin shoot Nazis to death, that would be great.
Yes. Well, Lupin has always been
about the Nazis.
Well, not about the Nazis in particular, but against the secret cabals and stuff. Because Casa Cagliostro is about a Freemason. Cagliostro's Giuseppe Balsamo was the guy. That's his real name. He was like a trickster that was like kind of a pain in a thorn in the side of the Freemasons for a while.
What was the third episode of part 2? Had Hitler in it?
Yeah, no, seriously, this is totally on brand for Lupin, and I'm so looking forward to it.
Oh, keep in mind, the creator may rest in peace. He loved going back to historical events that would happen in the 70s and kind of rewrite it with Lupin intervening.
Yeah,
that was also a common thing that he liked to do.
I'm excited for this.
This would be the first time we have a Third Reich 3D animation that's going to be good.
Yes, because fucking. Oh no! Is it going to just escape me because you said that? Fuck.
Did she?
No, it's that stupid 3D animated one.
Yeah.
Oh god, of the Third Reich. Oh god, that was garbage. Oh, so bad. Anyway, so I know I've harped on this like every single time, but I'm so amazed at the rendering on this. First of all, we've got like depth of field, motion blur, and I can just see this fabric. Like this is exactly
the hairy hands.
Well, the clothing in particular, it's just like such. I can hear that leather from this image, and I can't wait to see what they do with it. Anyway,
I think really you're saying that you're seeing the love put into this project.
Well, they've done a good job. Like not so much from a technical aspect, they have gotten so good. And for a Japanese full 3D thing, like the best thing before Dragon Quest was probably Gantz Zero or whatever it's called. And that's even not that good in terms. I mean, it's fun to watch, but in terms of realism, it doesn't capture this stuff quite well, But like the wrinkles, everything. I'm so pumped for this. I'm planning to go see this if Corona-chan doesn't ruin it. I'm planning to go to California to get together with my buddy that interned at DreamWorks and see it with him for a first impression, so that we can do one specifically discussing animation and all those technical aspects on top of just like the story and stuff you'd normally get if I was to go see it with Duo, who I don't think has watched any Lupin. Although I'll save it for when you guys can see the Lupin stuff I went to at Anime Expo for that first impression. But continuing, so about this English subtitle and dub, the dubcast has not been confirmed yet. So Brady Hartel said, having worked on most of the Lupin releases directly for the last 6 years or so, please don't recast this movie, G Kids. We love the current cast headed by Tony Oliver and Richard Epcar. To which I said, seriously, take note, G Kids. At Tony Oliver and at Richard Epcar had better be attached to this. And if I may make a suggestion, Christina V has been killing it as Fujigo, right? Now, I want to acknowledge that I have been thinking, after I messaged this out there, I couldn't help but think about Random 11's comment about Sonic from the last podcast. And I just want to applaud you again for that one, Random 11, that like it's really, you really got me thinking about the point I was trying to make in that last podcast. Because as I sort of said then, my way of coming up, like I have to talk out loud to formulate my ideas fully. And part of it happens on the podcast sometimes, but you really gave me something to think about there. And there's going to be more of that coming up, but I just want to say happily that everything I have seen about this from the G Kids thing, there are so friggin' many people saying, would love to see Oliver, Tony Oliver, Lex Lang, Michelle Ruff, and Epcar reprise, right? So many people have, Richard Epcar is like thumbs upping people, saying like, hey, you better do this, right? And it's not quite loading here.
As long as they're not being toxic with their comments and they're like passionately requesting it,
of course, but I'm hoping that, because the thing is that the people who manage these social media things, like they either only look at this, and like that's what Marvel does. Like Snowflake and Safe Space have gotten 1 million retweets. It's like, yes, but it's we're doing it to make fun of you, kind of thing, right? So they're like, let's do more woke shit, or they don't ever like reply, a lot of social media specialists at companies. So I don't know that they're actually looking through that data and determining and sending it out there and all that. But anyway, Versus Seed said the Corridor Crew guys covered Gantz Zero kind of recently. It'd be cool if the sequences in Lupin are so good that they end up covering that someday. That would be cool.
Well,
but
based
I feel
on how you think that Gantz Zero isn't as good as Lupin already by the trailer,
I said it was the best thing up to that point. Like in terms, actually, no, that's not even true. Final Fantasy Kingsglaive is probably the best one up to that point. But the thing is that Kingsglaive wasn't largely Japanese produced in terms of
because they did like all of the motion capture in
it was all foreign, like Sony Image Entertainment in the US kind of stuff that worked on that. So, but I'm talking about like when you look at Japanese production companies doing things in full CG, Japan has a weirdness to their CG that
it's
like
always
it has this
choppy and terrible.
It's not that it's choppy and terrible necessarily, but there's a look to it. Like if you watch the movie, my go-to movie to prove this point is Big Man Japan. The CG in it looks okay, but there's something about the way that it's composited that it just feels kind of weird. And it's a aesthetic that I personally actually like, but it's not the Hollywood aesthetic with dynamic ranged images that are dark and light and everything. It's got a weird flatness to it that works for them. I don't know how they're achieving it, but what I'm saying is that it doesn't hit photoreal in a way that they just haven't been able to quite get it right. And so the most recent thing I could think of is Gantz Zero, and that isn't quite photoreal. It's still more. It almost looks like you're looking at something that has limitations, like because there are games like you look at Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain, like that's more photoreal. Fucking Resident Evil 3 remake is more photoreal than Gantz 0, right? And that's running on a game engine, you know? But anyway, I'm just saying that when it comes to, like, if you look at DreamWorks or Pixar or whatever, you know, like they're just haven't yet been up to the task of cloth simulation, fluid simulation. Look at Tintin, for example, versus most of, like, Gantz 0 up against Tintin, right? So anyway, he said it'd be cool if the sequences in Lupin are so good that they end up covering that someday. If we submit it to them, they probably will. But I was thinking they probably have had ample opportunity to have been given suggestions about the Dragon Quest movie, and they haven't talked about it yet. And by the way, when I go to see this movie, this movie, I was mousing over the wrong screen. When I go to see this movie, I plan on having my friend watch the Dragon Quest movie, which is on Netflix, before we go see it, so that we can.
I don't know why I haven't watched that yet.
My wife already watched it. She watched it with my son, and he didn't like it. She said that there's some time skips in it. There's time skips in it that are hard
he
for a
also
young mind to follow.
loved Jungle Emperor Leo, where Guy looks like he murdered the lion at the very end.
Yeah. Anyway, but you know, I got to tell you, I like Corridor Crew more than Corridor Digital personally. I enjoy those videos way more than the videos where they break down what they do, way more than the videos where they actually do the thing.
I don't know what the actual thing channel even is. I just know them as the Crew.
Well, they have Corridor Digital is the actual channel, and then Corridor Crew is like their behind-the-scenes vlog videos, which are just better.
All I gotta say is that I thought it was funny when they were making that video about Linus Tech Tips. How? No.
Yeah.
Linus Tech Tips with the red camera. How it's like, well, when the camera's like when your budget's like a gazillion dollars, then the red camera is like a small expense, and they go over like every point that Linus said, and it's like, well, yeah, so it's really prohibitive to get this part, so that's why we get this part. It's like, well, you just proved his point there by getting an off-brand. But the other thing is, it's funny because at one point they have the same LG monitor that I have, and it's like, whoa, this is the best. I've never used 4K before in this stuff, and it's like, really? You're gonna talk all this stuff about the expense and stuff and the red camera, but you've never used a 4K monitor or HDR, I don't know. Nothing that looks that good. I was just like, what? I don't know.
There have been times as a visual effects artist where I disagree with some of the stuff that they talk about. Like, I think that they oversimplify certain things and whatnot, but I generally like the guys that run the channel. And if things had been different, like I could have been rubbing elbows with them at certain points in my career. You know, like I legitimately was a stone's throw away from them and Freddie W at certain points in my life. But things just didn't work out that way, the way my career went. But anyway, so
I kind of like this one person's VFX breakdown video.
Well, I was actually going to bring that up too. If I'm being serious about like Japan's best looking thing before that Dragon Quest thing, I think that short of Evangelion Under Impact is probably their best work. But again, that is not using organic. I mean, there are like people in it, but they're not like wrong monitor. They're not like this. They're not like the Dragon Quest people with the subsurface scatterings. It's all hard surface stuff and tricks that I sort of gone over about how they, mitigate costs and everything. But anyway, so Random Bloom said, Cyber 6? That's not an anime. To which Rhys, replying as me, said, Cyber 6 is an anime animated by Telecom. It was made in Canada.
Not made in Canada. It was made by TMS.
Produced by TMS. Random Bloom says co-produced.
Co-produced.
The other producer was Canadian.
Japanese. It was produced
Still
by
isn't an anime. Otherwise, Batman the Animated Series is an anime.
Not wrong.
So
because TMS, the animators of TMS kept animating Batman as flying. No, they didn't understand the source material. They were just used as a sub company.
Okay. No, so I'm just addressing it.
If Korean stuff is considered official manga and official anime, then, in that case, if Canada's involved...
First of all, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, okay? But second of all, it
has to be Asian to be official.
Well, Inspector Gadget was supposed to be Lupin the 13th or whatever.
TMS.
And then that fell through. But since they had already had the projects and contracts with TMS made Inspector Gadget instead, right? So like it all depends on where you draw the line. I totally agree with being completely inconsistent and letting something be in your collection and something else not be in your collection, right? But like I personally love Inspector Gadget. It's probably my favorite cartoon growing up. I really liked the aesthetic of it and the
I liked it when it aired and then they stopped.
Do you have the disc?
I do not own it. I've considered getting it though, but you'll notice the things about Inspector Gadget, just like in Cowboy Bebop, is that his pants don't quite reach his shoes and reveal his socks, which is a very Monkey Punch inspired thing, started with Lupin that has been used in that because again it was TMS and they were doing a Lupin thing and then it turned into Inspector Gadget. Anyway, so yeah, this is a can of worms that I don't really want to waste hours talking about, but I agree with you that it's not necessarily anime the way that everybody would define it, but I think that it can be it's whatever. Anyway, continuing here. So I'm subbed for the daily vlog channel rather than the actual main one. It's just more interesting. Yeah, I totally agree. All right, anyway, so so I'm very happy to see like I said, that they've got all these people chiming in saying like, hey, you got to get Tony Oliver, Epcar, Michelle Ruff, Lang, and Donald Lord, who's Pops, but they're saying like Doug Airholes is probably going to be the Pops.
Yeah.
But who knows? I like the old Pops. I hate Richard Epcar as Pops. I love you, Richard Epcar, but you are not Pops. That stupid shit in Woman Called Fujiko Mine and the other stuff, like that is such a slap to the face, right? To have to hear that because you're the perfect Jigen. Jigen, and Pops. Hated Woman Called Fujiko Mine.
Doug Airholes is definitely today's generation Pops.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take what I can get as long as Epcar is in it, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to Doug getting absolutely cucked in the Digimon Tri-casting because he's supposed to be TK, but he was actually cast as a different character in Tri for whatever reason.
You probably couldn't do the young sounding-ish thing anymore.
Yeah, maybe.
He should have done the Polnareff voice for him.
Okay, so here's our anime news. Rick and Morty go full anime in short from Studio Dean. So Random 11, is this anime or not?
My final take on the Cyber 6 thing.
Okay.
It's on my anime list and it's on my anime planet. It's on Anime Planet.
But here's the question: is Thundercats on my anime list?
No,
because that was animated in Japan. Is Transformers considered?
By Studio
this
4
is where
Degrees.
I don't want to have.
Transformers would be.
I don't want to have this conversation because it'll go on forever and it's literally subjective.
No.
It's not objective. It is a subjective opinion, and you are allowed to have it, and you don't need to argue one way or another on it. Or at least you can argue. If people want to argue on it, they can. But I'm saying that like I don't care either way, so I don't want to waste my breath on it. Anyway, so this is what Studio Dean has been doing instead of Higurashi. So thanks, Studio Dean, for letting us down again. I haven't watched it. I don't care to watch it. I'm not going to watch it.
This is basically the reason why Seven Deadly Sins got screwed over.
Sorry, say that again, Rhys.
This is basically probably why Seven Deadly Sins got
Seven
screwed over.
Because they were working on
the shitty animation. This is what they were.
Just more reasons to hate Rick and Morty. So adult TV anime ORAUB premieres both safe for work and not safe for work versions in 2 new trailers.
What do they mean? What do they mean adult? Is this
Adult,
like a
and
breakthrough
we had
in the
this
industry
conversation
where they have a hentai?
Yeah, so
animation?
that apparently is kind of what's happening. Well, I got a message in the private chat. BRB. Okay. All right, you're back already. Okay. So again, this show is titled "Run Wild with My Fingers 2 Remain After the Salon Closes." So what I gathered from watching these trailers is that the TV version is Run Wild with My Fingers, as in like through your hair, maybe, right? Because it's a hair salon, right? And the uncensored version that is going to be airing on Comic Festa, because it says here the TV version of the anime series will be a short version of the episode, while the online will be the full episode uncensored. So I'm guessing that this is the Run Wild with My Fingers through my hair, and this is the two remaining salon closes, right? Because it gets quite well. Let me just scroll down and show you.
Did you say it was like he was knee deep in her asshole when we first got?
Yeah, we talked about this one last time. So it starts broadcasting from April 5th on Tokyo MX, Nico Nico, and YouTube at April 6th on 1 a.m. So like April 5th at 25 o'clock, right? Which is the weird way Japan does it in the short form, with the full uncensored version on Comic Festa website at 12 o'clock on April 5th. So I mean,
full version
I'm
comes out an
sorry.
hour earlier.
Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah. For a second, I'm like, no, it would be 0 o'clock if they actually meant midnight April 5th. They do mean midnight April 6th. Anyway.
Let's see.
I'm honestly excited.
Oh, yeah, that is that Epstein anime you mentioned a while ago. He's not social distancing.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, the Epstein. Okay, yeah. Well, I think it was it Epstein we talked about? We made a joke about. We did make some sort of joke. Was it Epstein or was it like Clinton or whatever, or like Biden? It's a Joe Biden anime over here.
Probably.
I forget. We'll have to go back and rewatch that. I'm sure I could find it by just searching adult
Epstein would
TV
make
anime.
more sense. You haven't attacked Biden.
But Biden makes more sense in this image here of him like just full on like holding on, like, smile for the camera.
It was like no.
All right. Don't make fun of the disabled guys. The man has clearly got
Futanari's a
dementia.
disability.
Bofuri, I don't want to get hurt, so I'll max out my defense. Anime sequel gets a greenlit.
Sweet.
At this time, it is not confirmed yet if it will be a TV anime second season or something else, because it could just be another. Could be another light
Just
novel.
watch it. A single short.
Hopefully 90 minutes.
Isekai Quartet anime gets sequel.
Sweet.
A second sequel.
Yeah, so I guess it's going to be season 3 probably.
Probably, yeah.
And is it going to be a sextet?
Maybe. Pants are optional on Strike, which is Road to Berlin TV anime trailer. So there you go. And I'll just remind you that they're actually wearing Tsukimizu, the Japanese school swimsuit, underneath, and that's not like panties or anything. Anyway, it was
I love how the trailers
animation production by
advertise-
David Production. Say what?
How the trailers of all the Strike Witches on the Funimation Blu-rays advertise, and they don't even wear pants.
Yeah.
The Warren
'Cause that's
Pants.
the selling
When
point.
does this come out?
October 2020
Sweet.
Ugh.
in Japan. Rina Hidaka voices Lost Vampire Girl Mai in Mamoru Oshii's new anime Vladlove. I don't remember why I shared this other than I guess to promote our meme of the 9,000-year-old vampire. Oh no, I remember now. I was gonna reference. So the thing about Oshii is that for everything he's done that's great, he's done something equally that's been shit. Like that you wanted to be really good, but it was just not.
I mean, I haven't watched it, but Skycrawlers I hear is kind of bad.
God, I have tried to sit through that at least twice. I don't even know if I ever finished it, but he did Blood the Last Vampire, right? Blood the Last Vampire was a great ride, and then Kaido Maru comes out from the creator of Blood the Last Vampire, and it's like, yeah, this isn't quite the same experience, right? Anyway, I'm wondering which one this will be. Anyway, so closing that.
This is probably not going to be very good.
Yeah, probably not. But I still want to watch it. It looks better than Skycrawlers. Jeez. Gundam Hathaway anime film takes off with new promo and visuals. Main voice cast revealed along the theme song performer and more. Last week, the official website for the Mobile Suit Gundam Hathaway anime film trilogy promised updates regarding the main voice cast and other aspects that were being changed from previously released materials. This and more came to be during a recent live stream, which included the debut of a new promo and visuals for the upcoming project. Alexandros has been revealed as the theme song performer. Kensho Ono leads the voice cast as Hathaway Noah, a role that previously went to Nozomu Sasaki in 1988's Czar's Counter-Attack. Check out his character visual below, followed by other additional...
Czar's Counterattack, as we established.
Yeah, no. I said Czar's Counterattack.
Czar's Counterattack. Like charcoal.
The dick goes right here. Reina Ueda voices Gigi and Andalucia. And Junichi Suabe voices Kenneth Slegg. Boy, what a terrible last name, Kenneth. Who I think looks way better than he did in the original one. He has personality in this design. I don't know if it's the slight curling up of the hair or what, but he looks like a person rather than that's like doll he looked like in the previous one. Some of the designs shown off are the Messer F01 and the Penelope. Check out the English sub promo, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to watch that. Here are the visuals. So yeah, the Penelope just looks ridiculous. I mean, there's a certain degree to where your armor restricts your movement a little too much.
I've seen Gundams that have like ridiculously like larger
Hulkbuster style armor, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's like the bottom. What is it?
I mean, this guy can't even look around because he's
the
got
bottoms
the
of their legs or the bottoms of their arms are like so ridiculously large compared to their torso and stuff. That's like, how? Why?
They have some mobile suits that not just use nothing but funnels, but that kind of makes sense. But if that's supposed to move, it's going to.
Here's the visuals. This is quite the interesting effect they got going on here. There's the visuals. The first part of the trilogy is currently set to be released in Japan on July 23rd. Senko no Hathaway or Hathaway's Flash was written by Tony. We already read that. We already read that stuff.
Yeah.
Just to save time, Now, here's what the new voice actor said. I am honored to play the protagonist in Gundam series. He's not a native English speaker. Don't give him a hard time for not using proper grammar. Paying respect to the historic Gundam series and Nozomu Sasaki-san, I'll face the role with all the power I have. As reported, the three main voice cast members of the Mobile Suit Gundam Hathaway were finally revealed in the live streaming program on the Gundam official YouTube channel's YouTube Live last night. Kensho Ono, blah, 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 blah. So he's Kuroko in Kuroko's Basketball. Reina is a character in Asteroid in Love, and this character is from Prince of Tennis. So, anyway, Hathaway Noah has been voiced by this character we already talked about. Gundam Hathaway anime producer said that all the main voice cast, mobile suits, and character designs and music would be changed from the previously released materials due to production and direction conditions with an eye to global expansion. Whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. Ono previously played Yuki, one of the original characters from Mobile Suit Gundam, the Origin OVA series, in 2017, but this is his first protagonist role in the long-running Gundam anime franchise. He writes on his official Twitter, I will play Hathaway Noah in the Mobile Suit Gundam Hathaway film, paying respect to the historic Gundam series and Nozomu Sasaki-san. I'll face this role with all the power I have. This film is to be released on July 23rd. Please look forward to it. Also, according to the report by Cinema Today, he couldn't believe when he passed the audition for the role of Hathaway Noah. He said, as I realized the situation, I was under a lot of pressure. But now I think just got to do it. So I like picture a sloppily drawn Nike logo that just says just gotta do it, right?
Shirt idea?
Like imagine the Nike swoosh, but it's like the Japanese calligraphy brush stroke, right? Where it has like the trailing ink and everything. Just gotta do it.
No. I'm imagining a flaccid swoosh.
I like AC's idea. Have that with like the little brush there.
So I'm working with my full effort. I am honored to play the protagonist in the long-running Gundam series. I want to do my best to fulfill that responsibility. Gundam is quickly becoming the Doctor Who of anime.
Where have you
Like
been?
at this point, just don't even start it. You know, the first part of the trilogy anime film project based on Yoshiki Tami, blah blah blah. So this is just gonna be okay. All right, that's it. That's it on that. All right, Digimon Parade celebrates new series premiere in Shibuya and online. Although, if we got like social distancing and all that going on, I wonder how many people are actually going to see all this. But hey, we've got the Digimon Parade website, which I will show you now.
Imagine if your job in the middle of this whole situation was to put up that banner in the middle of that mall for Digimon.
Oh, well, I double clicked it and it disappeared. So let me pull it back up anyway, just so we can look at it. This is why I started using Command W, by the way, because the stupid mouse that doesn't work. You mean this one?
Yeah.
This one? Which ones? So
Well,
these are all photographs that they photoshopped these things into.
Oh.
Yeah, this is like because that. Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. This one definitely was a 3D rendering. And the people are obviously not here. But anyway, so here's the website, which I'm going to use music off. And you can post, if you scan this with I don't know why you have to go to the website on your phone. And you can actually put, you can submit a message, right? That'll come up here. Jack has done twice that both say, I love Agumon, and use a Digimon that's not Agumon, right? And I want to see if mine is still on here, and the Cuckmaster guy. Let's see what we got here. TJ 1989 says 31. I don't know.
Hi, Andy. Smiley face. Mexico's dead.
Anyway, so it looks like they're only doing. Damn it! I have to keep coming back here and do it every day.
Are there only English people on this?
No, look, there's Japanese right here.
Oh,
Spanish.
well,
We just passed.
there's quite a lot of English.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A very worthwhile message from a high. See, but the thing is, when you start typing it in, you see, I know enough Japanese that I was able to follow the instructions and know which one was the message.
Yeah,
and which one was my
not.
name. Yeah, so I think some of these people try to put their message as their name. Anyway, yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to. I was trying to advertise Stealth Weeb, which it totally worked, but I guess I have to do it every hour on the hour to wipe out the existing ones. And previously, when I showed you guys the other one, there was some guy. What did he say? Suck my effing cuck. Like, anyway. All right, One Punch Man's Super Alloy Dark Shine labeled racist again. We've previously talked about this.
It's the baby oil, isn't it?
I love how each peck is like larger than his head.
Yeah.
It's like they put a head on him.
This singular ab is half the size.
Sorry. The abs is what I was getting at, plus the pecs, I guess.
I remember when I was first introduced to Resident Evil 5, it was the picture of Chris Redfield and Sheva, where Chris is like this, right? And he's got the gun. And a friend of mine is like, no, it was like literally outside of a Blockbuster, right? That picture, we were talking about it. And he's like, no, you don't understand. And he walked up and he put his hand over the bicep, and then he slowly moved it over his head. Right? He's like, you don't understand how strong Chris is.
Well, how do you think he broke that rock?
It was before the game came out. I didn't know anything about it. We were just discussing it. And I'm like, I don't think he's that buff. Like, is this really, like, people are making such a big deal about it? And he's like, you don't understand. It was a great, it opened my eyes. So a small subsection of the internet has once more taken offense to One Punch Man character Super Aloe Darkshine, also known as Super Aloe Blackluster, which is what he was known as in the previous article we covered on this, as his origin story, recently divulged in the manga, unveiled that he was never originally dark-skinned. Now, I have to ask you before we even get down there, does it make it more racist or less racist?
I mean,
Right? Because like when you claim that the character is a mockery of the blackface or whatever, right? It's like, well, hold on, wait a minute, the guy's not actually black. It's like, what? That's worse, right? You know, but is it like what? Anyway, so a thread covering the subject was naturally created on the internet forum, partly responsible for deteriorating the gaming industry with political corruption and incessant demands for inclusion, where a comparison between Darkshine and his past self via the manga was provided. So here's himself, and here's his past self. Shirt coming to stealthweave.com soon. I don't know. I don't know what color it's supposed to be. He was bad at sports. Or no, hold on. The hero Super Alloy Darkshine when he was a child. He was bad at sports because of his frail body. Whether it was sports or tag, he kept on losing in every game he played. He never developed any self-confidence and lived his childhood as a wimp. Several commenters were under the impression that this is offensive to the still enslaved and so utterly oppressed black race, as Darkshine's origin story details that he was not originally dark-skinned and was given the dark complexion later on in his life for one reason or another, or perhaps applied by himself. Another page from the manga was provided by a commenter depicting Darkshine's last seen appearance before transitioning into the dark-skinned bald man. It is said that his muscles have no equal. After thoroughly dominating various sports and competitions, he turned his attention to the Hero Association, became active on the hero stage, and never stopped his training. He kept on winning. He was eventually promoted to S-Class, and he never stopped looking for a great opponent who can push him to 100%. As any would suspect, individuals not agreeing with the agenda or merely calling his complexion a bodybuilder tan were hastily banned. Right, so people are pointing out that bodybuilders have this tendency to bronze up their body so that the highlights in the light, like it, you create more contrast. Is the bottom line, right? You make the dark areas darker, and then the highlight areas get shinier and brighter, so that you look even more defined. Right? Yeah. Very common thing. Lots of examples here. It's supposed to be a tan, like a bodybuilder. Problem is his goddamn lip. No, it's a bodybuilder tan. Like, again, user banned. User banned. Excusing blackface. Like, all banned for excusing blackface, I guess. Comments of the nonsensical perception of the character. Comments of the nonsensical perception that the character is racist, or that the manga committed the life-canceling deed that is blackface, along with people denying the possibility of Darkshine merely having a tan. I'm sorry, FDNM, didn't Trudeau have several blackface images come out recently?
Recently? Well, I don't actually keep up with him at all, because when people complain about Trudeau, I'm like, honestly, man, I don't know what he actually does.
I don't know why. I want BET to make a cartoon of Steve Harvey just to see how people would react. Because the big lips are a natural facial feature, but
I mean, you could just look at like Afro Samurai or Boondocks and all of the things that already exist.
Yeah.
I mean,
that and the whole original purpose that I understand for blackface was the African Americans couldn't win Academy Awards, and that's what started the anger of it. But now they have just for that.
No, I mean, okay, so I'm not going to go into the long history of blackface. It's not something I would ever do, but I also think that it's grossly blown out of proportion. The people who act like it's, equivalent to murder or whatever. But the thing is, in this case, like, people are saying it's probably a bodybuilder chance. It's like, okay, that may be true, but I mean, there's a specific choice when shading your character to make him look like this. Now, I find this to be hilarious, and I am like yucking it up that everybody's got their panties in a bunch over this, right? I think the outrage is funny, and the character is that much funnier because of it, right? Especially, the lips and everything, because he looks he looks so black. I mean, he is so black, right? And it's like the fact of the matter, like the idea. Granted, he did have lips back. It's funny to me. This is so fucking hilarious. I think it's funny. Anyway, I don't care if it's offensive to people. I don't care. I just don't care. Like, there are so many worse things to be offended over. I'm not even going to bother to read it. I just think it's funny. And I can't wait for for Viz to make him purple or whatever in their release. So that's just going to be fun. Yeah, Mr. Popo Blue. Anyway, so continuing, let's go into manga news. So continuing actually with the One Punch related stuff, One Punch Man illustrator says, my 10-year-old daughter is also a mangaka. So his 10-year-old daughter, he shared some of her drawings on social media, on Twitter. And I'm curious, what do you guys think of these? Get out of here, close me.
For a 10-year-old,
my wife thought they might be tracings. But I feel like so the thing is, there's no construction lines, right? But then again, the Japanese have a loose way of drawing where you don't always need construction lines. But the other thing is that they're so rough that it actually lends credence to the idea that they're not tracings, because if they were tracings, then you would be a lot more whatever, about it. But anyway, so I'll just show you guys them real quick as soon as the stupid thing pops up so I can click on it, because every time I go down here, the stupid the dock comes up on my Mac. There you go. So they're decently good. And then apparently he also has an 11-year-old son who sucks at drawing compared to this. All right. Anyway, so continuing, guess what, guys? Marvel's New Warriors author previously wrote a children's book featuring a gay interracially married Santa. Now, you'll be happy to know that this is the article when I learned that my highlights were working. So Marvel's recent attempt to cash in on the step-sibling trend on Pornhub has hilarious and massively backfired in their face, as neither comic readers nor the Twitter brigade has found particular amusement with Daniel Kibblesmith's creation of creepily close siblings, Safe Space, and Snowflake. As it turns out, this isn't Mr. Kibblesmith's first round with controversy, as he previously penned a children's book featuring a gay interracially married Santa Claus. This is great job, guys. Not content there, he has announced he and his wife will raise his wife's children, to believe that Santa is black, and his husband is the white one that's popularly shown. So the actual tweet said, I have decided, as I raise my son, that anytime he asks me, that we are going to raise him to believe that Santa is black, and anytime he points to the white Santa all over the place, we're going to say that's his husband. Now, not surprisingly, if they weren't woke and virtue signaling, the reviews didn't take kindly to the project. So this person says, not a children's book. This person says, Santa is known for gift giving, not for who he is sleeping with. Don't use Santa as a platform. Santa is based upon a real saint. Let kids be kids. We shouldn't need a book to teach our kids values. The world is a mess. Adults are getting crazier and crazier. No wonder so many kids are getting messed up these days. Again, one star. Children are not accessories for leftist virtue signaling. 1 star. Dumb. 1 star. PC nonsense targeting children. A contemporary revisionist attempt to undermine a traditional Christmas story by politicizing children. Yep, that's the traditional Christmas story for sure. The book is not true or even plausible, or is not a true or even plausible story, but rather a manipulative propaganda, a sad, distorted commentary that hits every PC buzzword and deliberately leaves out what children need to know about and have always yearned to know about Santa Claus. Whereas the much less helpful positive recommendations are typified by the review below from a gay father. I'm a gay dad with a black son, and we are happy to have this book. 5 stars. I'm sorry, Jamie McGonigal is the one who did. There are so few books out there for families like ours. And what a wonderful way to show our kid that Santa Claus is who we imagine him to be. This is a well-written, beautifully illustrated, fun holiday book, and I've now purchased it for several friends. Now, I want to point something out here. Only the 5-star review is from a verified purchaser. Just saying. Maybe the book is great. With Disney having to take out a $6 billion loan. $6 billion loan to keep their company functioning. One has to ask how much longer they are going to tolerate their comics division squandering money. All right, so that's the news about Safe Space and Snowflake.
That still sounds... Well, I just read about the Santa Claus. I'm sorry, even if the virtue was correct, it still sounds like a boring concept.
So the thing is that children's books are... Never, ever buy a children's book without reading it first in the store. Because my brother has sent my son books that we had to throw in the trash. Because they were violent and scary to a young child. Like literally like kids fighting. And like I'm talking like beating the hell out of each other, bloody noses and stuff. And I'm like, this is not a kid's book. This is in the children. Like I'm just saying, read what you're going to buy, especially when you're buying for somebody else, because they're going to read it to their kids, and then they're going to be like, "What the fuck is wrong with that person who sent me this?" Right? Anyway,
that reminds me. So I was doing that my little preservation project for the Digimon movie dubs that never got released, and it was the 3rd season's first movie or whichever one it was. And I'm essentially going to make 2 versions. The one that's like as it aired, but it has visuals that aren't god awful. And a second version, which is the ultimate uncut. And there's so many things that I'm like, what? They cut that out? And a lot of it is the impact of, like, say, Growlmon before he smashes into the wall. I guess the impact would be traumatic to a child or something. And the thing is, they even cut out entire scenes with, like, explosions and stuff. And I'm like, dude, this movie's so much better with the explosions. It's like a Michael Bay film. So yeah, that's what you reminded me of. I'm like, oh, those explosions from Guillemon's body are too violent for children.
Yeah.
That'd be funny to see a Michael Bay movie with all the explosions and stuff cut out.
Oh my god.
Oh, that would be about as funny as the VFX-less versions of Doctor Strange, where he's like, jump through the portal, like. Anyway, so that was really delayed on my end. I hope that was as funnily delayed for you guys. Random Loan said, I wonder if that was an idea from the original writer 1 or just an idea of the mangaka. You mean to make him black or the character, because they like did they extend?
The white guy get completely jacked.
Well, have they extended One Punch Man past where 1 had originally written it? Is that why?
I think he's still. One is still doing it.
He goes on to say, because that isn't in the webcomic. Versus Seed says, what?
What?
About the same.
By the way, did you see DC's new Gotham High comic trailer where Bruce Wayne is Asian for some reason and Alfred is gay? It's a Twilight love triangle story of Batman, Joker, and Catwoman in high school. I did not see the trailer, but I saw the tweets about it. So I am familiar with what you're talking about. And I remember that it's like a self-insert of the character as both Batman and the Joker that are gay for each other. And the writer's a female who talks about how Joker has her haircut and it's Crazy Rich Asian style Batman is what she said.
Oh, it's
the author made Bruce Chinese because she's half Chinese or something, and that was her reasoning, right? And Bruce's the Wayne Enterprises was started by Bruce's dad's marriage to his mom because his mom is the one who had all the money, right? Yeah, I read it. I read the thing and it looked stupid. And it's amazing that DC and Marvel are just in this race to who can go out of business first. And DC's been doing pretty good so far, but Marvel, man, Safe Space and Diabetes or whatever her name, Trailblazer. Like,
Oh,
I don't
God.
know. They've really, the reckoning time is coming for them. All right, let's go on to the game news. So, follow up. Sega's 60th anniversary website is now live, and it is Sega Shiro, revealed as the son of Segata Sanshiro. And I believe this is actually the son of the actor who played Segata Sanshiro. But I realized they didn't actually put a follow-up article on Sora News 24. So I didn't get a good follow-up. I just got this thing I found from Final Weapon X4 on Twitter. And also they're pointing out so this is so his mom is Sakura, right? Because of the anyway. It's the only canon I'll accept. Segata. Okay. Anyway, holy shit, Segata survived the rocket canonically. There's all these meta references in here I'm just not getting about Segata Sanshiro. Anyway, continuing though. Smartphone game developer Colopal acquires Mages. So you shared this, Rhys, and I assume, I'm going to make a wild guess here, that this is because of Steins Gate.
I think so, yeah.
Right? Because Chiyomaru Studios or whatever is the one that did Steins Gate. So, a smartphone game developer has acquired Good Games developer, which is always a great sign that your stuff is going to be smartphoneified. Also, boy, this article was funny. Azure Lane's USS Marblehead possibly references Arrow manga. The latest ship girl.
This is going to be banned in Australia.
The latest ship girl added to popular smartphone game Azure Lane, USS Marblehead, has surprisingly come with several references recognizable to those experienced with Japanese fan-made Arrow manga and memes. Official art of the American Omaha-class cruiser depicts her with a small ID tag featuring a picture of a girl in glasses. Commenters have suggested that the tag is possibly a reference to the heroine of Shindo L's popular Arrow manga Henshin, or Metamorphosis, due to the girl's appearance and the fact that Marblehead is blonde, and the main girl in the Arrow manga eventually dyes her hair blonde. Technically, you don't dye your hair blonde, you bleach it, but whatever. So here's her pass, right? Which they're saying is this, and I'm not gonna say that they're wrong, because it's a pretty close, it's probably that. Furthermore, the artwork for USS Marblehead's sports-themed alternative costume comes with logos potentially referencing the classic Von Sama meme, with a silhouette of the gay porn star known under the name Von Darkholm from the Lords of the Locker Room movie. Right? Azure Lane is available to play on iOS and Android supporting mobile devices. So there you go. There you go, friends. That was a moment of your life you won't get back. Thank you for spending it with me. Coronavirus won't notably impact release of PlayStation 5, according to Sony. Sony PlayStation 5 is expected to release come the end of 2020.
All right.
Okay.
Play as Oni-chan in the newly announced Nier Replicant remaster. So back in the day when Nier, I think this is the original game that's based off the Drakengard. It's a spin-off of Drakengard. Came out in Japan. They had Nier Replicant and Nier Gestalt. And when it came to the US, there are two versions of the same game, basically. But when it came to the US, we only got the Gestalt version. So they had Gestalt for the Xbox 360 and Replicant for the PlayStation 3. But the West got the Xbox 360 Nier Gestalt version on both consoles. All right, so now we're going to get Replicant. It's unclear how different it's going to be. They haven't brought up Gestalt, so they're wondering if perhaps the game is going to be it's going to have both rolled into one, where both aspects of the game are going to be included, which would be interesting. Also, there is another Nier, but it's a mobile entry, so who gives a shit? Mobile sucks.
Don't you guys have phones?
Game Freak actually enhancing Pokemon Sword and Shield graphics slightly. So apparently, this tree is now better. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Is that better?
That's my thought, right? Great job, guys.
Now,
more
my response. So, Augie, you said yay. This is the thing about the Pokemon Company that I've been thinking since forever, is that they shouldn't be praised for something they should have done in the first place.
Yeah, there was an iPhone update.
And same with Apple. Apple's terrible for it as well.
There was an iPhone update at one point that said that basically it's when they added this part of the iPhone, this functionality where you swipe, that part where you swipe up and you're able to do all the stuff that easily. And they're like, it's great that on like the 7th generation of iPhone or wherever they're at, that they added a functionality that has been in the jailbroken phones from day one, right? And that kind of stuff. So yeah, I get the sentiment. So I want to address something here. We've got Gilherme Otaku.
It's a Facebook.
From Facebook saying hello to us, and that's all I can gather from that because I don't know habla español or whatever that is.
Portuguese.
Is it Portuguese? Well, excuse me for being
as the resident
an uncultured
Portuguese
swine.
expert. Could you enlighten us?
Yes. Did you already translate it,
Yes.
Rhys? Is that you did? What does it say?
It says, "Hello, beauties, good time."
All right. Thank you. I am quite
like,
good looking.
something like that. I mean,
much appreciated. Anyway, back to the Pokemon stuff. So yeah, it's
Hello Beauty all good. Hello Beauty all good. Is the exact thing that Google Translate gives me.
All right, it's all good, man.
So instead
Glad to have you here. I will say, Gilherme Otaku. I'm sorry, I called you Otaku. Gilherme Otaku. If you wanted the better version of the podcast, in the comments of the broadcast you're watching is a link to the YouTube version where most of us hang out and is better. So see you there. Anyway, all right. So the Pokemon stuff, they talk about like, oh, there's another bush, and I'm like, you guys are obsessed, and who cares? And this isn't bad. See, this is the other thing is I was noticing is I was thinking about, because I've been editing the Broly video, I've been looking at the aesthetic of old Dragon Ball Z, because there are shots in Super and in some of the movies where they use clips from the old Dragon Ball Z, and it's like they could have touched them up or they could have redrawn them. And in Battle of Gods, they did redraw the fight with Goku and Vegeta in the Saiyan Saga. They did redraw a clip from it, which I used. But I think about it as like that aesthetic, like it's gone. And it's like part of what's great about it, even if like the artistry is a little wonky and some of the characters look off model for a couple of shots, that's part of the charm in it. And I feel the same way about video games. I feel the same way about old video games.
Like the
just
old
upping
graphics
the graphic
gives it
charm.
like
giving it a super high resolution texture pack doesn't necessarily improve it. You know what I mean? That's just my thoughts on it. But I'm not playing this game and I don't care. So I'm going to move on. So a couple's wedding got canceled due to coronavirus. So their friends held it in Animal Crossing because they weren't cool enough to play Minecraft. Animal Crossing New Horizons totally has Nintendo's first gay couple. So again, people are so obsessed. Watch what is said here and how much they read into this.
Ignoring Birdo and Wart.
Okay. My partner is a total artist, and I can guarantee these models will make your neighbors jealous. So basically, the term partner doesn't at all mean business partner and is definitely romantic partner, right? According to Twitter. And this person says, I am disappointed with the Japanese version, or the original version, where they have the boy and girl thing. And that says in the hold on. Is there okay, good. Yeah, here. It says Seisaku wa Tomodachi, as in friend, right? No artist, right? Like is an
no
artist.
artist was harmed in the
No is the ownership to the word. So this is this. So this friend is an artist, right? And anyway, so basically, this is a decent enough translation. I'm just going to read it. I ask a friend who works as an artist to make it. I guarantee the quality of these models, right? So definitely the first gay characters for sure. Not at all friends. Or he could, we're talking work partner, could literally be work partners. And again, this is the thing. I just don't want to engage with people. I don't want to have these conversations or whatever. I'm just tired. Yeah, we're gay. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this. This is the thing. And this is the fucking thing is that people, this is when I talked about Promare, which by the way, that video is coming out soon because after Broly, it's going to go Fire Force and then boom, I'm jumping right into Promare. This is exactly what I was talking about when we sort of went over it slightly about the Twitter thing is that the gay community, especially, they have so little going for them in life that they have to latch on and just say, no, you're wrong about everything, right? To the point where it's just annoying. And then somebody shared with me that, I think it was one of you guys, you shared with me that clip from Key and Peele. Is that their name?
Yeah, Key and Peele.
That clip where the guy's like the obnoxious gay workmate, right? And he's like, you just homophobic, right? And he's like getting all that stuff. And then like he's constantly talking about all this stuff that he does with his gay lover and all that stuff. And then the guy's like, can you just like not talk about that in the workplace and everything? And then the guy's boyfriend comes over, right? The guy who's supposedly the homophobic, and he kisses this man or whatever. And then the guy, I guess, is it Peele? Peele's character says, oh, I get it. He's not homophobic. I'm just an asshole. And I'm like, yes, you have hit the nail on the head. That is most of what's going on here. So anyway, and of course, this person's name is literally Sushi Wiener, because once again, these people are so obsessed with sex that they have to put it on everything, right? 18 plus account, of course.
Well,
if replying to @gaybabyjail. What is wrong with you people? The word partner doesn't mean doesn't mean gay. I know people that use it instead of girlfriend or wife in a hetero relationship, ignoring the argument that they could just be saying business partner. Yeah, so I have heard it used for heterosexual relationships, but it is profoundly more used in gay relationships.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Animal Crossing's localization probably used that term on purpose for this exact reason. Okay? I'm going to guarantee you that was probably the case. Again, I hate this game. It'll suck your life in, and it's not actually fulfilling. So who cares?
Just play Harvest Moon or
I like this
Rune
game.
Factory.
I don't see the issues, but okay, each their own.
Resident Evil 3 Remake demo downgrades dismemberment and gore. So I watched this video, and from what I saw in this video, it looks like, because this is a comparison of Resident Evil 3 and Resident Evil 2 Remake. Apparently in Resident Evil 2 Remake, when you shoot a zombie in the leg, for example, the leg will break off if you hit it a couple times with a bullet in the same spot. The leg will break off, and then which I think is fucking great. This is amazing. I haven't played Resident Evil.
It is, but there's
5.
no reason to shoot them in the leg. That's like
okay.
wasting
I haven't
your
played
bullet.
since Resident Evil. I agree, but I'm saying you can also use the knife.
Yeah, the knife that has limited uses now.
Does it really?
Oh god,
That's what
That's
sucks
fine.
about it makes it more intense.
Anyway, I'm just saying I haven't played since 5, and I didn't even really get that far into 5. But what I'm saying is that what I liked about this, and I'm saying I like this, but maybe this has been around for a while. I don't know. I don't play it a lot. But what I thought was cool about this is that if the leg comes off, the AI adapts and starts crawling instead of walking without a leg. You know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah.
I think that the engine is really intelligent, and I like. It's fun. It's a fun thing to play with.
They've
not
had
necessarily.
They've had that for not Resident Evil, but that mechanic has been around for like over a decade now.
That's why I said I haven't played since 5. I'm sure that this has been a thing, but I'm just applauding it because I just recently saw it. But here's the difference between 2 and 3 in this video. The only thing I could tell is that when you shoot the leg off in the 3 remake, the little disembodied leg disappears, whereas in 2 it stays on the ground. Right now, granted,
Maybe their settings are on minimum.
well, granted, I'll just say I think that is a valid criticism. If you had it in Resident Evil Remake for 2, Resident Evil 2 Remake, then why take it out for 3? Like, what's the point of that? But this is also from the demo that they're saying this. And also, I did watch these other videos too, and they do get progressively more like, okay, yeah, you're making a decent point. There's a wetness to the Resident Evil 2, like where like the blood is like there's blood spray coming out and everything that's just not there in the 3 remake. But again, this could be the demo, right? However, by the way, I was thoroughly impressed with the damage on the. It was. I want to play the game. I just don't have any time for it. However, Resident Evil 3 Remake leaked in entirety. So people got the game early because it got shipped out to some stores and they sold it early and everything. And so the entire game walkthrough is on online. And I got to say, I just was curious. This is like a, I don't know, 5 and a half hour video. I just tried to find. I wanted to see. And I just wanted to see like something action packed, and I did like this looked so boring. Like everything I just randomly clicked to was like interfacing with an item or some shit, and not anything interesting. Whereas like that's not how I remember Resident Evil 4. I'll tell you that much.
Resident Evil 3, you're like being hunted by Nemesis the whole time.
I know, and I was just hoping that as I just clicked through randomly, I would see something like that, but I didn't. So anyway, but I'm just saying I haven't checked out. Maybe the gore is better in this. That article's outdated. I don't know. Hopefully we learn about it. Maybe you guys who play it will be able to tell me.
I do like how it was leaked so that the walkthrough will be ready by the time I actually get to play it.
So Final Fantasy Remake ships early in Europe and Australia due to coronavirus. So one good thing to come out of the coronavirus so far. Microsoft explains why the Xbox Series X controller will use batteries. I'm just curious. Do you guys have an opinion on this?
It's essentially to appease both audiences, and I think the real contention comes from why not include the rechargeable pack with the controller, and then for those who want to use AA.
So the bottom
would make the controller last longer instead of using its own internal battery.
What it comes down to,
that's me.
What it comes down to is when actually talking to gamers, it's kind of polarizing, and there's a strong camp that really want AA batteries. So just giving flexibility is the way to please both sets of people. You can use a rechargeable battery pack, and it works just like it does on Elite, but it is a separate thing.
So I'm wondering, the controller, unless they change the size as drastically as we said in the last podcast, why not use the battery pack from the previous gen then? Shouldn't it theoretically fit, is what I'm wondering.
Well, remember we talked about how they made the controller smaller for lady hands.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Boys.
But then again, it should have the same opening size for the batteries.
I don't know.
It should fit AA's.
It might, but the thing is that that it seems like the only controversy that people are getting upset about is the idea that maybe this is a separate add-on you have to pay for. And it's probably like a one-time purchase of $10 or $12, right? And
I know.
But I'll just say,
you swap out the recharge pack,
right now I'm using this mouse because for some reason this one gets all floaty. I much prefer having the battery than the rechargeable battery one, because when this runs out of juice, it is a pain in the ass to find the fucking cable. This, I pop in new batteries and it's good for another 3 months. If even
exactly.
That, you know? So I personally don't have a problem with that.
It gives you so much more versatility. Because
I think this was a good move.
You can hot swap it out, and if you're like me, you own a rechargeable AA battery set, so you can hot swap it. Yeah. You can have the best of both worlds, essentially. So it's no extra charge for me because I'm already prepared.
I'm at the point now where I'm just calling out that bullshit on every side. Like, guys, just calm down for a second and stop being angry about literally everything. This character is not gay. This character is gay. Who cares at the end of the day right now?
If they do something like this, what I would like to see is a small port that you can put in a plug for the controller. That way I don't have to worry about any entry lag, or my batteries for the device is going to go out very soon.
it's rechargeable, so it has a USB-C port on it that you can plug in. But the thing is, they're latent. I don't know if it would adjust the latency on the console if you plug it in directly, but they have this new technology with the controller that has. I don't know if it's negative latency like Google was trying to do with their thing, but with Stadia. But they essentially have something that helps
which failed
with latency.
dramatically, by the way.
Yeah.
So I think that personally, I think that if there is lag from using a wireless controller, it's so minuscule because the wireless controllers have been a thing since PlayStation 1 at least.
Yeah.
Right. And it's so minuscule. And I'll be honest with you. Like I played Brawl and Smash Bros with people who were like really good at it. And nobody wanted the wired controller, you know. I'm just saying, you know.
If you go wireless,
the PlayStation 3, didn't the PlayStation 3 or the PlayStation? It was the PlayStation 3, right? Yeah, the PlayStation 3 had wireless controllers by default that you plugged in to charge, right?
Yeah. The thing is that
I don't think that's a fair criticism. I mean, maybe if you're gaming on a PC where the frame rates are already able to go way higher. Because the thing, I think I've talked about this before, is you ever watched a YouTube video where somebody's playing a game and they talk about, lag spike or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, I didn't notice any lag, right? You ever seen a video like that?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why that happens is because when you're actually playing the game, you're not just seeing it, you're feeling the lag. Because your immersion is based in the movement of everything. So something that might look normal to you was like, that didn't respond the way I instinctively felt like it was going to, right? And so that's what that comes from. So when you've got that super high frame rate on a PC, that's where not having the what do you call it? Where the latency could be a problem. You know, but
I find on my PC that there used to be latency when I used it with Bluetooth, but that also depended on how demanding the game was because it felt like.
But that's what I'm saying is that on a PC you can choose to have a wired connection. You just buy a wired mouse, right, or whatever.
I'm talking about an Xbox controller, but
Bluetooth. That
but
way,
Augie, the
controller can be more customizable to what you want instead of this one frequency. No, I want one controller for all systems if possible. But that's just me.
I have two separate Xbox One controllers, one for the actual Xbox to watch anime and stuff on, and one for my PC, so I don't have to constantly flip back and forth. But the thing is, I was on Bluetooth, and I switched to the official adapter for the controllers, and it's better. I think it's fixed some of the input lag. But it also enables me to plug in my headphones to my controller so I can hear my PC through my controller wirelessly.
There you go.
But Augie, the major thing you should be thinking about is not, is there going to be input lag? If there's input lag on a game that's optimized for your console, there's a bigger problem. It's the developer.
That's true.
Well, the big problem here is it's Xbox, and Xbox doesn't have a library. So go back to.
Do you remember playing Vice City? And driving so fast that the buildings didn't render in and you drove right into them while they were still invisible? Because I remember that. I remember that optimization on the PlayStation 2. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, maybe the Xbox One doesn't have that big a library, but they do have an expanded library because you can backwards compatible.
All right. Tetris Worlds. Here we go.
Okay. So regarding Silent Hill, Konami says there's no new Silent Hill game, at least.
Which, of course, you can't. He obviously wants to say there is if one was in production and they want to keep things silent.
Okay, well, let me read this real quick. It's a very short article. Gambling conglomerate Konami has disappointed horror fans by quashing rumors suggesting a new Silent Hill game may be coming, potentially leaving the franchise stranded in the other world for quite some time longer. The pachinko making company has denied the rumors that were circulating earlier this year about a possible new entry into the cherished franchise. The remarks from a Konami representative. I'll read what they're about to say in a second, but I just want to recall, you remember the last podcast, how I said this is probably not true. And I showed you the guy that wrote the article we covered was 19 and probably not the best at fact checking and all that stuff, but that we should still get hyped about it because we want Konami to see how important it is to people, right? And perhaps actually make effort towards towards making those things we were saying would be like, I would totally buy
IPs
a high-res remake of Metal Gear 1, and 2. Anyway, so this is what they said. Also, again, I can't help but think, even what I said there about Random 11's thing about Sonic. Also, Rhys, if you want to translate some of those things from Otuku over there. We're aware of all the rumors and reports, but can confirm that they are not true. I know it's not the answer your fans may want to hear. It's not to say we are completely closing the door on the franchise, just not in the way it's being reported. Now, real quick.
We have a couple other Pachinkos coming, okay?
Yeah, well, Konami dismisses the Silent Hill. This is what one angry gamer had to say about it. This is important regarding that statement. It's not how it's being reported. This is important because there is a known Silent Hill game in development with many of the original staff working on it. Masahiro Ito, the creature designer for Silent Hill and art director for Silent Hill 2 and 3, stated on Twitter he is currently working on a brand new game that he hopes will not be canceled. As previously outlined during that same time period, he was releasing art for the Silent Hill series. The answer, just not in the way it is being released, means a project is in the works, just not the Sony reboot every mainstream outlet covered. Then again, it is always worth remembering Konami could merely be lying about the project not being in development. Though that seems unlikely, it wouldn't be the first time a company has denied up until an announcement that a project was in the works. Citation needed, but yeah, it's wishful thinking. Now let's read what Sankaku Complex thought. Given the wording of the representative's response, which does not deny that some kind of Silent Hill product is being considered, the followers familiar with Konami's practices and letdowns may wonder if yet another Silent Hill themed slot machine is in production. So sad, but yeah, probably. Continuing. Actor George Consejo lists Grand Theft Auto 6 on his resume. Do you guys remember when Grand Theft Auto 5 came out? Year-wise?
I remember the $1 million leak as well.
2013?
It was a cross-gen title, so probably 2013.
Okay. So the reason I ask is because I just thought this was interesting, but he lists it under, first of all, it's under film, but he only doesn't have a game category. He has theater, film, television, and training, right? It's under film, Grand Theft Auto 6 CGI 2018. That's, kind of a while ago. And it's kind of weird that he would phrase it that way. Anyway, but it sounds like Grand Theft Auto 6 is, these are all rumor watch things here, but not really confirmed in Tax Leak. Rumor watch.
It's like the Elder Scrolls. Everyone's like, oh, when's the 6th one coming out? And every single inkling, oh, Grand Theft Auto 6 confirmed, but it's not. Exactly. But anyway,
I didn't even play 5, to be clear. I'd like to, but I won't ever have the time. I played 4, and I've enjoyed them. There's a lot more to those games than the story. Let me put it that way. I've told this before. In Grand Theft Auto. Okay, so for PSP they made Liberty City Stories and Vice City Stories. I think it was Vice City Stories. God, it might have been Liberty City Stories. I think it was Vice City Stories, where the final boss of that game goes after you with a flamethrower. But the thing is that if you play the game like me, you did all of the fire truck missions and became invulnerable to fire. And I punched that guy to death in the final boss of the game. Anyway, so yeah, there's a lot to those games that's really fun. If you actually do the mini games and stuff, it really changes the gameplay. I liked it. All right. Do you have any translations for me, Rhys?
Say again?
Do you have any translations from Otuku over here? Because I don't speak.
No, I just.
I know what hentai means.
I do know what.
I just came
I
back
can
with
tell
pancakes.
you what hentai means.
Oh, can you get on those translations and just
I'm eating
Let me know.
pancakes right now. I can't reach my keyboard. I'm sorry.
right.
FDNM, you can do it.
all right? Thank you, FDM.
believe-
Idea
I
Factory asks,
Well, I'm eating chips right now.
fucking hell. Idea Factory asks if fans want Death End Request 2's censored or original outfits. Idea Factory's Twitter account has alerted fans of Death End Request 2 on the subject of the game's glitch costumes, asking if they would most want to see the original costumes for the Steam version of the game or the ones that were censored on PS4, a decision that might be glaringly obvious to some. Idea Factory noted that they are aware of the feedback they were given in regards to the glitch costumes for the PS4 version of Death End Request 2, and now want opinions on which fans would like to see in the Steam iteration.
Idea
so they have
Factory known for such hit anime as Skelter Heaven, which is the lowest rated anime on Mal, which I own.
Well, for those not familiar, the PS4 version of Death End Request 2 censored the glitch costumes as part of Sony's detestable initiative of eradicating sex appeal from the gaming industry. Original outfits from the first game on top, outfits in the PS4 one on the bottom. Okay, so I'm gonna go through these. Now, I just want to say real quick that I do agree that I disagree with censorship. And I understand the plight of the, eradicating sex appeal. And I think that you're fighting the good fight to appeal for the uncensored versions. But from a stylistic standpoint, I actually like some of the censored ones a little bit better. I think that they read better. Personally, in terms of like if we were taking out like that there were two versions of it, but I get that the reason we're having this, like we're dying on this hill, is because we're trying to prevent censorship. I get that. So I would vote for the uncensored ones. I'm just saying that stylistically, some of them, it took me a long time to actually realize what was changed. But like for this one, it's obviously the this here. I just think that graphically, the stripe here reads better just from a artistic standpoint than this. But I get what people are doing, right? Why they're going after it. I don't know why this one just has like the legs a little bit more. I don't know. I'm torn on this one. I don't think either of them are that good. I think that there's a little too much here, but again, the asymmetry of it is something that I think is better, but I don't think it's better enough that it's like that I would even rate any of them as good. I think this one probably wins because this one just looks weird, the way it's done. But then there's this one. I think that the thicker, again, this is slightly thicker on this one. And I think the thicker one reads better personally. But I get the, I get why we're upset about this and whatnot. So anyway, scrolling down, you guys can check it out on your own time if you want. They said all this stuff, they said, if the original glitch costumes are implemented, they will appear in battle and in-game menus. They will not appear in event CGs or movie cinematics. But there's a link here. You can fill out the survey if you guys want them to. If you'd even known that this was a game that existed and you wanted to have it with all that stuff, then you can follow that link there. Oh dear God, I went way too far down there. You can follow that link and fill out the survey and everything. Personally, I think that this entire initiative is literally just to get your email.
All right, I
That's
translated the Portuguese.
So what is Amo Anime?
Love anime.
I thought so. And
Next would be
after
which
that,
you prefer, anime or video game. Obviously, we prefer anime.
we prefer anime, although we are talking about video games right now. And then what's the next one? Is it
I thought it was hentai. I guess I guess it was a topic that
maybe no, because this is when we're talking about games. I don't even know. And then keep going. Well, he might not be in the same spot of the video that we are.
Guys, I'm Brazilian. I can't understand you. Well,
I'm sorry about that.
And the last one is more good.
All right. Anyway, Death End Request 2 glitch costumes survey. So again, you put in your email address and then you tell them which one you like more. I guarantee you they want your email address. They want to send you. They want your email list to grow, so they
Well,
can.
good
They want their
old
email.
sample 123 at insert whatever you want to put.com. Can fill out some results for you.
All right. Do you already have the right stuff things?
There
Rhys,
is
or-
no right stuff.
Okay.
We were
Good.
wrong
Then
all
there won't
along.
be any adult stuff that I didn't click away on the thing.
No new solicitations for anime.
All right. Then I might as well just close it right now. So Sentai Filmworks adds My Teen Romantic Comedy Snafus Anime's third season, which is a surprise to no one.
Podcast magic.
G Kids Shout Fact. It's funny. I literally had an article from Crunchyroll, and I'm like, nah, we talked about this already. We don't even need to.
Yeah, but the inclusion of that Ohio short thing.
Oh, okay, so that's the thing.
Yeah.
So I guess now there's a reason to actually buy it. That's great. And it's okay. Well, all right.
Well,
So
the
that's good to
reason
know.
why it's because it's Blu-ray
Yeah.
and dubbed,
And it has-
I guess.
Dubbed.
Blu-ray
Dark
and
Horse gets
dub.
creative with Keep Your Hands Off Azoken manga. So they have the manga at Dark
We
Horse.
covered this last
What did
podcast.
they do
Did
exactly?
we?
Yeah.
We covered it, but is there anything else that they did to it?
No, we covered the Blu-ray.
No, we also covered that news when we talked about the Blade of the Immortal omnibuses.
But it wasn't an article on it. It was just us offhandedly mentioning it, right? I don't remember. Anyway,
Look at that
so-
dated banner.
yeah, coming to Blu-ray in spring 2019.
No,
So Anime Tree said, do you have a place where I can suggest anime for you to license here in the States? Because I have lots of series I want to own on Blu-ray over here, but they haven't been licensed here. To which Discotech Media quote tweeted saying, you can suggest them right here, directly to us. We cast our nets wide and always consider releasing anything our fans suggest. Another good place to throw messages our way is our Facebook page. So some of the suggestions, like Augie had from Crunchyroll, GJ Club, Nanana's Buried Treasure, Gabriel Dropout, I Can't Understand What My Husband Is Saying, Laid Back Camp, Hikaru no Go, Amazing Stranger, Dog Days, Amanchu, GA, Geichutsuka, Art Design Class, Chitose, Get You, Fist of the Blue Sky, Maji Moji Rurumo, Magical Circle Guru Guru, and you listed these off as
Didn't Funimation
available but
dub
hard to
that?
get. Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't I don't know. I'm not even gonna get onto that right now. So these are things that already existed, but I'm sharing the thing in the doc. So if you guys want to signal boost and like and show them that these are things you want, I'll show you what I did for some of these. Like you said, the remaining Loop on the Third specials and movies that were previously released by Funimation, please, right? So that'd be nice to get, especially if they redubbed them with the better cast. And then Blaze V.
I'm just gonna say,
has
Rhys,
said-
that's basically a guarantee.
I should
Yeah,
probably
but
like
the
that.
last one that we got was Island of Assassins. That was like almost 2 years ago.
So Blaze V said, all these things, and I was like, oh yeah, Kaiji. Like, so this is me
Yeah.
signal
I hope
boosting it. Or
Sentai
whatever.
would get Kaiji instead of Discotech because they dubbed that Tonegawa spin-off series.
All right.
That's true. But I also said I wouldn't mind getting the others, especially Ippo, because Hajime no Ippo, I didn't even know had a season 2 and 3.
Oh wow.
But
That's
you know
those
what? I
2011
actually,
remake. Well, they're not
I'll
remakes.
be
I guess.
real. I kind of don't want Discotech to get it unless they're going to dub it.
Yeah.
I want another company to get it if they're going to dub it.
Why didn't he suggest season 1?
Because that already exists
He has
and
it.
has already gotten out of here.
It's already got dubbed too.
So these
Oh,
are
he's
more
done-
important because they don't. they
Yeah,
aren't
but it's
out
not
yet.
re-released. It's like $1,000.
Okay. So I would like another company to get it if they're going to use the original voice cast, is what I was fully getting at. Anyway, so this is what my first one was. This, please. I was saying the Dino Daiboken, which I talk about all the time on the podcast. We even covered the Blu-ray coming out in Japan. Also, this Hensemi, which is something that the first person to request something that wasn't Rhys for Stealth Weeb was from this show, and there is no physical release of it, and I can not even get a torrent of it to get the thing I need for it. But I actually can't make the thing they screenshot me yet because they don't actually make it. I don't have that option for the bomber jacket in that color. And I was saying Gridman the Hyper Agent because we sort of talked about this a little bit. The Gridman got brought over here by Funimation. Now's a great time to release the Blu-ray, which, by the way, it already has a Blu-ray in Japan. Put this out, please. Also, Tokusatsu Spider-Man would be great to have on Blu-ray. So if you guys want to go and signal boost these, so we have more chance of of Discotheque saying, yeah, we should definitely release that. It beats you as well. I was saying I second these as
Did that
well.
ever get released over here?
No, it didn't.
Oh.
No, which is why I want it so desperately. It's so fucking amazing.
Which one? Oh, I beat you.
It beat you. Yeah. Also, he was mentioned for the Ace, which is the one I specifically wanted, so I seem to boost that a little bit. We had Simply G chiming in with a bunch of stuff that, like, Please Save My Earth is old and already had a release, but she wants a new release of it. They Were 11, the same story there. Wandering Sun, Rakugo Shinju, Spring and Chaos, Paradise Kiss, Planetus. Anyway, so that's, you guys can go in and if you want to,
I can only think of like one show, which is that Mama is a fourth grader show that I have on Laserdisc.
all right. I mean, there's more stuff I could put in here. Kappa no Kaikata, Kyono no Ni, but I'm not going to overwhelm them with stuff. That's why I specifically did
Kodomo
one.
no Jikan.
I mean, I'll take it. Anyway, so Tokyo Mew Mew is getting a standard def Blu-ray box in Japan, which, again, still have yet to get a release over here, even though I'm pretty sure they dubbed the whole first season at least, and it aired on TV. So just waiting for that. Not that I'm, not that I typically really want to get the whole thing and like sit down and marathon and all that, but it would be nice. Okay, what's this doing here? And also this very 80s looking thing, Kingyo Chuiho, also getting an SD Blu-ray.
Sweet.
So
Hashtag Discotheque, are you listening?
Hashtag podcast magic, please. The Eighth Son, Are You Kidding Me? Blu-ray box to come with newly written novel by the author. So the Blu-ray in Japan is getting a newly written. Also, these sample images.
Yeah, and then they'll complain when people read it for free online for English, like Overlords.
Yeah, I was kind of amazed at how the sample artwork is so sketched. Like, obviously they haven't finished it, obviously, but usually it's a little bit more defined than this. You know what I mean? Like they usually get it a little bit more rendered before. Like, this is just, I was just surprised. Anyway, continuing, My Hero Academia, Heroes Rising, has a home video release in Japan with extra unseen footage. Hopefully it makes it less boring.
Yeah. We're gonna get the green tint copy over here.
Yeah, probably. Let's be real. Knowing Funimation, we will. So anyway,
I will be right back.
Go ahead.
All right.
Let me open up my random merch news. All right. Inagi Pear Park unveils life-size Scope Dog statue from Armor Trooper Votoms.
Sweet.
The 4-meter tall monument serves as a tourist attraction to support mechanical designer Kunio Okawara's hometown. There's my highlight that I was afraid was disappeared forever. So yeah, it's like 13 feet tall. I would love an opportunity to have them design one that like opened up that you could like get in the cockpit, because I love this show and the mechanical designs for it. It's one of my favorite things about it. Continuing here, when I found this article, I was like, oh yes, go to Discotheque and tell them to get the Tokusatsu Spider-Man, because it's so Tokusatsu Spider-Man figure arts figure. Anyway, Bruce Willis is the latest Hollywood star to play Doraemon in live action.
But
I don't know why. It's very bizarre. The video they have linked here is not even the actual commercial. But yeah, I don't know.
Like voicing a CG Sonic character?
No, it's him. And they dubbed a Japanese guy over all of his lines. So I don't know. Lishansky, you do need to watch Votoms. It's amazing. Like, it's really good.
Votoms.
Man orders nothing but a free smile from McDonald's Japan using Uber Eats.
Do you get
it? Yes. So delivery charges applied, of course. Judging by all the bikes and scooters with their logo, I see whizzing around. Okay, great. That's okay. Judging by all the bikes and scooters with their logo I see whizzing around town, Uber Eats has found a healthy market in Japan, especially now that more and more people are turning towards home delivery to eat. However, many users in Japan might not be aware that way at the bottom of McDonald's menu lies the notorious free smile, often seen on their in-house menu. Add to cart, 0 yen. It serves its purpose of creating awkward situations between customers and staff in restaurants quite well. But how does it translate to home delivery? As we found out before, using the McDonald's delivery app, users are given the option of an additional free smile at the smile. Come on, guys. A free smile at the checkout. If selected, a happy face and message will be drawn on the tag, right? So there's the happy face on the bag. I said tag. I meant to say bag. However, Uber Eats is different in that the smile is positioned as a regular menu item, meaning you don't need to order anything else in order to order it. Probably
they ordered a smile.
Yeah, that's what happened. Probably they assumed no one would be silly enough to order just a smile. Luckily, freelance writer and Twitter user Yusuke Yamano was here to prove them wrong and decided to find out by ordering nothing but a free smile through Uber Eats one day. When I asked for a smile from Uber Eats, the order went through normally, and all I got was a 390 yen paper bag. So they sent the bag, just wrote thank you with a smile on it, and paid him the charge for the delivery fee. While the smile itself was free, Yamano still needed to pay for the delivery, which in this case amounted to 240 yen, or US $2.21. On top of that, since his order of a free smile was under 700 yen, an additional 150 yen delivery fee was applied for a total of 390 yen. This is, of course, poor cost performance by most smile indexes. Apparently, Yamano failed to notice that there's an option to order multiple smiles, as another Twitter user demonstrated. Or, if you ask for a lot, they'll draw them all out properly. I asked for 21 smiles, and they put all 21 on the bag. I kind of feel bad. I kind of feel sorry for doing that to the staff. Other Twitter users were impressed and curious about this fast food experiment. Wow, he got the legendary free smile to go. Seems like a ripoff to me. That's good customer service. Was the smile from the delivery guy? If it is, can you explain and demand one from the girl at the counter? Or can you, if it is, can you complain and demand one from the girl at the counter? That delivery guy was lucky. What an annoying customer, LOL. McDonald's lost money on the bag. McDonald's lost money on the bag. Uber Eats had to pay the labor cost, and the customer paid 390 yen for a paper bag. The driver is the only one who came out ahead here. Thank you for doing what I always wanted to but couldn't. It would have been even better if McDonald's covered the delivery charge for a truly free smile. I think McDonald's paying for delivery would have set a very dangerous precedent. Speaking of which, checking my own app, there appears to be no upper limit on how many smiles you can order. I tapped it up to 2018 smiles before my hands started cramping. But the app booted me out of that request automatically when I attempted to enter the checkout. Please make another selection. The menu changed while you were browsing, and the items below are no longer available. Please select something else, something equally delicious. So smile, smile, smile. The other person got 21 smiles, though, so there must be some kind of cutoff. Using my now arthritic wrist, I managed another 174 smiles. It worked, and since I had a 50% off coupon, I'd only have to pay 125 yen for them all. But having written about them so many times over the years, I know a potential obstruction of business charge when I see one, so I chickened out and canceled the order. You could have just ordered something else with it and gotten the 175 free smiles drawn on the bag.
In the game River City Ransom, any version that I've played locally over here I haven't played the newest one. You can go to the fast food restaurant and smile would be an option, and it would be free. And all they would do is just smile and continue.
Interesting. So continuing. 20-year-old Azumanga Daioh cakes auctioned for 20,000 yen. A patient otaku.
Yep.
It's 187 according to Sword News 24. A patient otaku has decided to put a 20-year-old box of Azumanju cakes on the a 20-year-old box of Azumanju cakes on sale for the princely sum of 20,000 yen, almost $200. An expired foodstuff that was undoubtedly hotly contested by otaku with a keen eye for rare collectibles. The limited edition manju cakes, which have since been sold, are older than the Azumanga Daioh TV anime, which is turning 18 in a mere 2 weeks when this was written, which is based on the original manga that began publishing in 1999. The seller has warned potential buyers that owing to their September 30th, 2001 expiry date, the confectionaries may be dangerous if eaten. Actually, this is why I kept this one in here. What they said was, this is former food. Eating them probably presents a severe danger to your life. Please do not eat them. It is former food. No longer. Anyway. The seller admits to having opened the box 10 years ago, no doubt reducing its value somewhat, but claims that it is otherwise in perfect condition. So he took the plastic or the paper off of it to ensure that they weren't moldy or whatever at some point, because it's been 20 years. So amazingly, it seems that the item on sale may not be the only surviving box of Azumanju, as Twitter users have identified another box containing cakes that appear to be in good condition.
I like on the boxes, like the first one you have Aika, and the second one it has Dasami. If that's not Aika, it's the main character from World Battle Athletes. I know I butchered the title of it.
Battle Athletes?
Yeah.
Battle Athletes Victory?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, so they found this one, right? And now they had mentioned in the article here, the listing has inspired others to share pictures of. Actually, no, I think so. It's in the other one. In the other, in the Sora News 24 one, they point out that it has the same expiration date, and therefore it almost certainly came from the exact same shop around the same time. Because when I was stocking at Amazon. When an order would come in that we had to stock, all of the thing that we would put in from the yogurt would all have the exact same expiry date. So we were able to tell which one came from which shipment based on the expiry date, right? So anyway, continuing here, I should have grabbed my other stuff. The listing has inspired others to share pictures of more uneaten anime-themed foods. Lucky fish sausages with an expiry date of August 2009. Love Plus Manju labeled as being best before September 2010. Macross Frontier canned grapes, not to be eaten after October 2010. Kantai Collection coolant water, which expired in 2015. Snow Hatsune Miku Sakuma drops with a best before date of January 2013. Larkin Seal 20th anniversary bottled water that expired in May 2012. All right. So do you guys have any now expired anime themed food?
Nope.
Because I have something.
Yeah, food is like the one thing I don't collect.
I have something that was given to me that was purchased at Anime Expo in 2007. A Ghost in the Shell standalone complex themed cookie jar.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So here's the thing. My wife has decided to observe Passover this year. And the thing about Passover is that there's like in the actual tradition of Passover versus like actually slaughtering a lamb and putting the blood on the door frame. Part of what you do is you get rid of yeast and leavening agents in the house. Because it's a symbolization of in the first Passover in the Bible when they left Egypt, the idea was that it was so urgent that they couldn't even put the yeast in the bread for it to rise. Like they had all the unleavened bread and all that. And so we're supposed to get rid of, like, part of the Passover tradition is to get rid of all the yeast in the house. And some of it's like you just whatever. I'm supposed to get rid of this. I haven't decided if we're going to observe it because I just feel like you don't do half measures with God, But I feel like I'm not eating them. My wife said they're probably like rotted, even though they look fine. Like if I was to eat them, it would probably be really bad. I'm also not supposed to eat them because I'm on a zero carb diet. But I don't know what I'm going to do with them yet, so that'll be.
You can send them to me, and I'll send them back to you when Passover is over.
Put it in the car.
See, but that's the thing. That's the thing is that we're reading up like the traditional Jewish thing is like literally the leavening represents sin. Like it literally represents sin. You're supposed to get it out of the house because it represents hidden sin, and you're supposed to observe Passover. And I'm like, the idea of taking that hidden sin, which is literally what people do, and eating it all before Passover seems like such a bad like way of handling this tradition, right? In the face of God, or putting it in the garage.
It's supposed to make sense,
whatever.
Brad. Come on.
So let me grab. I have another thing. I was going to grab the tentacle grape. I have that as well. But anyway, we can get back onto the podcast here. So apparently, I'm the only one who has any of this ancient food that's now 13 years old. So got a couple more articles here, and then we are essentially done.
Okay.
Do we have any? No, we don't have any new comments. Not yet. Got 3 likes on Facebook. That's neat. I don't know how many on YouTube, but thank you guys, everybody who did it.
Well, apparently got 6 viewers, so I mean that's cool.
Hellboy creator Mike Mignola sketches Ultraman monsters for Twitter. Ay. Hold on one second, please.
There's a baby in the background. So would this be another count?
You look adorable.
Rhys? Would this be considered another count?
It's hard to hear you
Another
mini collector over here.
This collector steals your hearts. Oh, fuck. Messed up.
The one that doesn't steal my money.
She
that
plays
you?
Persona 5.
All right. So what are you doing in here? Did you come in to steal more of my plushies?
She's
Yeah.
she's wiping the corona off her
It's red.
face.
All right. So it's not Persona, but she has another. You don't want the. She doesn't want the Brinny right now. For the first time ever.
I want green.
You want green. You want this guy? You want the prince?
Yeah.
She wants my Katamari prince.
Oh, crap.
All right. Well, now that you've gotten that, please don't come back for like an hour. I love you. Bye bye. You're so
never
adorable.
come back.
No, don't never come back. Okay. Anyway, so back to this. So he tweeted these out. He drew pictures of them. So anyway, that's the thing. All
What
right.
were you asking me, Augie?
I
What were you-
forgot.
Something about is
would
this
that-
a different
that
account?
count? With him being disturbed like that, would that be part of the counter that you're working on?
No, that only matters when I accidentally command W myself out of the stream. The term military comfort women returns to Japanese government approved junior high textbooks. I haven't read this one yet, but I look forward to it. Military designation has been absent from certified teaching materials for more than a decade. The 2020 Japanese school year is getting underway, but the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology is already looking ahead to 2021. This week, the ministry has been reviewing new junior high textbooks, which have applied for certification to be introduced at schools next year. And among those that passed is one that contains a term that middle schoolers haven't seen in their textbooks for quite some time. With a history textbook submitted by Tokyo-based publisher Yamakawa Shupansha, the following passage appears when discussing the Japanese imperial... Dear goodness gracious. Yes? Has it been an hour already? What are you in here for now?
The 2020 Japanese school year is just getting underway.
I'm going to read it. Just give me a second.
History of education.
The whole point was to get rid of the background noise. Hold on. Hold your horses. Julie!
Julie. Oh, Julie, never mind. Oh. All right, Rhys.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Mom's room.
I think that's right above where you see.
I'm just waiting for like a shoe to fly through here.
Please. No, you cannot. You're shirtless and everything. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Wow. Okay. So where was I? Within a history textbook, blah, blah, blah. The following message appears when discussing the Japanese Imperial Army's activities in lead up to World War II and the conflict itself. At comfort facilities established in war zones, women, called military comfort women, were gathered from places such as Korea, China, and the Philippines. No junior high history text approved by the Japanese government since 2004 has included the military designation. Okay, which had drawn criticism from those who felt the term was an inappropriate description. With Japanese children entering middle school at the age of 12 or 13, and that stage of educational system lasting 3 years, that would mean that no one under the age of 28 was taught using a government-approved junior high textbook which used the term military comfort women. In addition, the ministry has also reviewed a separate history textbook, the approval/rejection status of which is yet to be confirmed, from a different publisher, which includes a description of Imperial Japanese soldiers invading a civilian home during the occupation of China's Nanking, raping a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old girl and killing their parents and grandparents. The textbook also says that the Japanese military massacred many people in Malaysia and decided on a strategy of sacrificing Okinawa. Wow. You don't see that in countries' books that often. I mean, you probably see that in Germany. I know that I have friends in Germany that play on my Minecraft server that are heavily guilted into the whole we were the Nazis, you know? Which I think is like a ridiculous way to raise people, you know, because every country's done wrong, like horrendously wrong. And yet you didn't do that wrong, dear boy of 14, right? Who was not alive during the Nazis, you know, anyway. In addition, it is worth bearing in mind that the ministry's approval of Yamakawa Shupansha's textbook is no more than that, approval. Schools remain under no obligation to use Yamakawa's text if they prefer to use another. However, for the first time in quite a while, teaching children about not just comfort women, but military comfort women will be an option for educators in Japan. Okay, weird. The fact that they're taking out military from it as if like they're hoes. They weren't military hoes. Like,
okay, the phrasing obviously distinct, but I don't see why they shouldn't learn about it. I mean, you have the novel.
No, I'm
Memoirs
sure that they said like that people who are 28 didn't get it from their textbook. They probably all know about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's just not something that the government schools are going to. My mouse died. That's wonderful. Other mouse to the rescue.
Oh, random 11. Your fire alarm's probably running out of battery juice.
Oh yeah, the chirping that made me finally take mine out of this room because I could never get it to shut up.
Yeah, the battery's dying. That's what's
No,
going
I
on.
replaced the batteries. They never shut up.
Oh,
This
Alright,
is
so I
why
covered
they
this.
need replaceable
Oh,
double
throw that
A's in
sucker out,
the fire
replace it.
alarm.
They need chargeable fire alarm batteries. So I
Yeah,
covered
exactly.
this briefly in the last podcast. We thought, you know what, I'm going to read this and see if it's worth covering. I didn't get very far in this article before I decided, yes, we have to cover this. From September 13th, 2017. Japanese tabloids teaching seniors how to find adult videos online. It's a dirty job, but someone's got to get Grandpa to his Girls Gone Wild. It's this paragraph here where I decided I'm going to stop reading because we're definitely reading this on the podcast. There's a lot of interesting curiosities that come with living in a rapidly aging society. Social trends like the number of crimes by seniors outnumbering those of youths, as well as the elderly becoming a more and more lucrative target market for business of all types. Japan's shukanshi, or weekly tabloids, are no exception. In keeping with their salacious reputations, they occasionally run features known as Shinumade, Shinuhode, sorry, let me try that again. Shinumade, Shinuhodo sex, or sex to death until death. These are looks at the erotic side of our autumn years and date back to around 2013. However, recently, these segments are looking to guide some seniors into their most hazardous environment, the internet. Here are some headlines from the most recent issues of Weekly's Shukan Post and Shukan Gendai. Okay. The Miracle Search, I guess that's AVGL, like a adult video Google, maybe? AVGL, the Miracle Search website that allows you to watch videos from around the world for free. A guide for safe and secure free erotic videos and not having family find out.
That sounds like a funny movie already.
So I'm noticing now that there is a pixelated nipple in the image I'm about to scroll down to, but we haven't hit the 6-hour mark yet, so hopefully I can blur it out further later. So,
yeah, we're at 420 right now.
Say what?
Too soon.
Yeah.
Too soon.
We're at 420.
Yeah.
These articles don't explicitly mention elderly people, but the way they're written clearly assumes the reader has almost no knowledge of using the internet beyond searching Google. They're also written with a certain soberness, unbecoming the typical moistly descriptive language used by the adult industry. It's like the cautious language one might use when speaking to their elders. Here's an excerpt from Shukan Gendai. In order to access AVGL correctly, first enter AVGL on the search website Google. If you just enter words like giant tits video into Google, it is important to note that different websites than desired might be displayed. Also, do not forget to check the computer's volume before playing once the desired is reached. Articles like this give highly comprehensive instructions on how to delete your viewing history, steer clear of fraud and spam ads, and even how to prevent saucy words from popping up in your device's predictive text functions. But it's not all technical training. These magazines also highlight adult films and their stars from the 80s and 90s and show readers where to revisit them on sites such as Xvideos. All this might suggest that seniors in Japan are only now catching up on the concept of internet porn, but actually trends have just been changing a little. Okay, so real quick, I have to just double check that there isn't anything worse as I scroll down here. Okay, no, there's nothing worse. But I'm going to just go ahead and scroll down until we're just past the nipple, which is, again, pixelated and not something that YouTube should get on my case for. IT journalist Toshiyuki Inoue told JCast News that many elderly people have been hip to adult content online service. That many elderly people have been hip to adult content online since back in the mid-2000s. However, because they couldn't find the privacy at home, men lined up at the many internet cafes to get their fix. Right, because that makes more sense. In these establishments, there was no fear of cookies or malware left behind. However, with the advent of more portable computing devices, old guys can now access the vastness of nudity online from the comfort of their own toilet bowl. On the other hand, this also reintroduces the issue of a family member typing big into Google, only to have it assume they meant ass titty honkers.
That should be on a spelling test.
And so, as the aged in Japan continue to become more of a driving market force and evolve, so too will the services that strive to cater to them. Sora News 24, however, will not surrender to the trends and continue to speak to today's youth. There's already a lot of among teens regarding my upcoming listicle on the grooviest enka singers in Japan. All right, so I just scrolled up right to the nipple. Great job. A man has been arrested for assault after using a Japanese JC is junior high, I think, as Hizamakura. So let me ask you this: if Dakimakura is a body pillow, what is a Hizamakura? It's a lap. Okay, it's a lap pillow. All right. Gifu Prefecture man has been arrested for the crime of using an unwilling schoolgirl as a lap pillow. The 41-year-old man from the town of Kaizu in Gifu Prefecture is alleged to have rested his head on the 13-year-old middle girl school's thighs, despite her unwillingness. The incident is said to have taken place in a car and lasted for 35 minutes. The accused man has been named as Kazuya Shimizu and was arrested on charges of assault. The girl's mother, who was an acquaintance of the man, contacted police, and they soon identified the man via surveillance camera footage. Shimizu denied the charges leveled against him. So that's the thing. All right, continuing. Man arrested for blackmailing schoolgirls into making lewd videos. So once again, we're the depths to which the Koreans will go to for their nude videos on the social media. Or we talked about something like this before. Anyway, a Korean man accused of masterminding a group that blackmailed girls into making lewd videos of themselves before selling them for profit has been named and subsequently arrested. So I want you to understand that I don't understand how he blackmailed them. So moving on. In spite of the fact that he has not yet been found guilty, 24-year-old Cho Jubin was named as the ringleader of the blackmail group after a public outcry resulted in 5 million people signing a petition demanding his identity be revealed. So his identity was revealed even though he hasn't been found guilty, right? Because 5 freaking million people signed a petition demanding it. Damn. And apparently that's all it takes. He and his group are accused of using blackmail to force 74 victims, 16 of whom were underage, into making graphic videos that were later shared in private Telegram rooms, which is a chat app, right? The group allegedly charged up to 1.5 million won, or around US $1,200, to gain access to the rooms. And Korean media have claimed that there were at least 25,000 customers. It is said that the girls were also present on chat apps and social media such as Twitter, engaging in prostitution or sexting for money. Whether they were blackmailed into this was not specified. The victims were supposedly approached with offers of work and were persuaded to hand over personal details. After the details were obtained, it is surmised that Cho's group threatened to dox the girls if they did not upload lewd videos of themselves. What personal details? Social media or social security number, maybe? That's the only thing I can think of that you could conceivably get out of somebody and then threaten to put on the internet that would potentially be blackmail. Even though I
have
still
that.
don't think that that's enough that you could hold that over somebody's head. Oh,
You
like
have stuff that
random
make-
girl that I'm going to give a job to that nobody knows who you are. I'm going to dox you. Everyone is going to care. You know, like
Maybe something that might get them kicked out of school. Then again, if they went through with this will definitely hurt that, what they're trying to avoid anyway. So
that's a good point, actually. I didn't think of that. Yeah, that might be it. Statements from Cho after he was being led away from the police station. I apologize to those who were hurt by me. Thank you for putting a break on the life of a devil that could not be stopped. This guy's got a high opinion of himself.
Beats out and becomes a lawyer. Watch out.
Furry couple robbed and murdered a victim, lured through a dating app. Something. Okay. A furry cult had its name dragged through the mud yet again, as a furry couple was arrested after luring a victim through a dating app and subsequently robbing and murdering him. The murderers were a couple, 27-year-old Tanya Dillard and 24-year-old Jacob Berkovitz. The police claimed that the duo intended to rob and murder the victim they lured through an ad on a dating site. The unsuspecting victim picked up Dillard and Berkovitz and brought them to his Las Vegas home, leading to the mentally twisted couple viciously killing the man and filching his belongings after they all went inside the abode. Police were tipped off about the murder by a woman who was a friend of Dillard. The anonymous female was informed by Dillard that she and her boyfriend had killed a man, also sending the nameless woman a photo of the poor man's corpse. The woman also informed police that the couple were plotting to hide the corpse in California. Thanks to her efforts, Berkovitz and Dillard were apprehended by the authorities and arrested for murder with a deadly weapon, conspiracy to commit murder, robbery with a deadly weapon, and conspiracy to commit robbery. Here's the photos of the murderous criminals. Now, I'll just say, when your name is Tanya and you look like this, there's a reason you become a furry so you can wear the fursuit, because you're not getting it any other way. Those online who knew the suspects revealed that they were part of the frequently ostracized furry fandom. So this person says, at Lockjaw Arts and their partner were both arrested earlier today for murder. Please read into the article for more information. I am so disgusted to have once called you a friend. I hope you and your dirt bag of a partner rot in prison. I feel absolutely disgusted. I think they mean roomed with them at FurCon 2017 and would have never thought you guys have I have such a high opinion for the furry fandom, and your grammar and spelling is trash.
They're typing this stuff enraged and quickly.
And would
Not
never
excuse,
think twice
but-
about them like this. They always seem like such a sweet, caring person. They, being their preferred pronoun apparently, who knew they would go to murder and rob someone one day. I'm so sorry for any of you hurting over this. My DMs are always open. I would advise commissioners to contact PayPal ASAP for your money back, because they were artists, the Lockjaw Arts. I am also hearing word from a mutual who wishes to not be named, but apparently they also murdered their dog Castile. Dog had a name. Oh, their dog, not the guy's dog at the Las Vegas thing. Anyway, I will work to find proper proof of this situation, but after hearing this, I wouldn't be surprised. More information regarding Vincent Jackson Castile, please read with warning. This is extremely triggering. Oh my God, we were mutuals. What the fuck? I am also hearing word from a mutual who wishes to not be named, but apparently they also murdered their. Oh, weird. This is just a reply to that one. More information, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God. Why did you guys share this so many times? I followed them. My God, I'm gonna need a minute. This is just another one of their accounts is Blackcraft Witch. I don't know what Jax's account is though, blah, blah. Anyway, so yeah. So the interesting question is, if there was a murderer amongst us in the AniTube community, who would it be?
All right. You already had Mr. Anime, so already happened.
Okay, but in the current community, is it Pedantic? Is it Digibro?
No.
It's Pedantic.
Definitely could see Digibro.
Whichever one talks nonsense and keeps making videos about
All of them?
nonsense.
That's that's harsh, Augie. All of them do that. All right. Did my comments get deleted? I don't think so. Which comment? Did it have the word "died" in it? Like my alarm, something died because maybe YouTube got rid of them. I had commented saying I thought the person missing a shirt on the magazine was a guy. Yeah. I didn't delete your comment, but I thought that as well until I noticed that the nipple was like pixelated. Although maybe male nipples are also pixelated in Japan. I don't know. Anyway, this is the last article that I had. And so now regarding Dunbine, the Blu-ray's in the other room. Okay. I like my prop. So we decided, and by we, I mean FDM, decided that we would save the discussion until the 4th podcast, right? So podcast 99. So here's the thing. Most of the other hosts have not started. I have not enjoyed it yet. So what I think we should do is we're going to use Dunbine as our naming convention like we normally would. But I'm thinking perhaps we will, because Garzy's wing is short, and it'll be much easier to get through, maybe we will just kind of make that the day when we potentially have Flip Otaku on, and we'll just kind of push our discussion to then. If we decide we aren't done or whatever by the time we get to that episode 99. But for those of you who have watched at least an episode, I'm just curious if you guys enjoyed it, especially the audience who may have watched it and not normally stuck around till our super long podcast, because this one's been a little bit better.
So far, I believe me and UAC have seen this.
So Brandon Malone said his comment had the word nickel pickle in it. So so maybe that's why. I don't know. I didn't delete your comment. I promise you that. So yeah, we've seen it. I like it, but I like it because it's so bad in some ways. But it's not consistently bad all the time, which is the part that's frustrating about it, because the story is like right now they're trying to get Emily back in the beginning of it.
Yeah.
And that's really boring. And then there's stuff that's just like so amazing because, like, was it Neil who calls show? He's like it was another American like you. It's like, I'm not American. All you Japs think every white guy's American.
Yeah.
All those comments, I love it. I love
this. I really love the dialogue as you're pointing out.
I love it. And freaking Vic Mignogna has a Scottish accent. Oh, I love it. He plays a guy named Neil Gibbons who has pink, like, afro hair. Then he has like a who's that exercise guy? You'll know this reference, Augie.
Is the Gazelle guy, or are you talking about Richard Simmons?
Richard Simmons. Yeah, Richard Simmons. Yeah, he's got like the Richard Simmons hair. I fucking love it. Oh, I love it. And I just hear Vic's voice constantly in this Scottish accent that is like subtly coming in and going away constantly. But it's like it's so subtle that it kind of works, that it like it doesn't need to be there. I love it.
The other girl that's with him, that's native, also has that accent, so it kind of works together.
King?
Oh, I freaking love it.
Yes.
Oh. And then later on, you guys will finally see Cham, the fairy in the suit of armor that I was telling Rhys before. That's my favorite
like
part of this.
Through the series.
My favorite part of it is that suit of armor is going to do absolutely nothing to protect her, because it is so small that if I was to just hold it in my hand, I could crush it, like even easier than crushing a action figure. Because the suit of armor is hollow, right? It's so small. It's not going to do anything. It's like full on armor. Right? It's so funny. Good.
You get why she made the armor, right?
No, I get it. I just think it's visually absurd to watch. I know. And just like that thing I sent you guys last night, which I'm going to actually try to snip out of the actual, like, if I can get an English dub rip of the Blu-ray, I'll snip that out and put it on Twitter for everybody else to see, of them like, grab the rope. It's just so fucking and stupid. I love it. Anyway. All right, so that's it. Unless you guys have anything else you would like to discuss, that is it for tonight's podcast.
Yeah.
Subscribe, ring bell, join us.
I'm glad I dropped it. I think I couldn't get through
myself.
episode 5. It just felt like like a homework assignment. I just can't get through.
No, I get you. It can be a chore. And the thing is that I was recalling that when I first watched it, it was around the time that I discussed in that one video on the Anime Collector, like original front runner show lineup that I did for the channel, where I talked about how I fell in love with English dubs because I was literally working nonstop at my career, in school, trying to get all my assignments done. So I couldn't read subtitles all the time, so I had to listen to it more. So it's one of those things, like it's more fun to put the show on kind of in the background and just enjoy the absurdity of it, and the soundtrack, which is freaking great, especially, you know, just like every anime from that time frame in Japan had just these amazing soundtracks. Yeah, I will agree. And it's like when you make it an assignment, like watch this for the watch club versus, you know, do a puzzle and just like sit around having fun on your day off, just doing like a puzzle or something while you have it on in the background and just enjoy that it's your background noise. I get it. It can be a little rough. Garzy's Wing is a little bit better because it's shorter in that regard. Like you will be able
to only like 3 episodes. Yeah,
you'll be able to sit through those 3 episodes and really like get it. Wings of Reen takes itself way too seriously and isn't dubbed, so it's very hard to get through. But that's also very short. So anyway,
but
when I watched Dunbine, I knew ahead of time that we were going to do Garzy's Wing for episode 100. So when I watched it a month and a half, so I had a little bit more leniency.
Yeah. And so as I said before, like this is just not sustainable for me because I have 3 solid days of the week that I can't watch the Watch Club at all. And it's even more stressful when it comes to, okay, now watch half the show on the day when you're supposed to be reading articles. And it's like, okay, then it's on while I'm reading and I'm not paying attention to it. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking personally that after we're done with Garzy's Wing, we should do Vexil for our first movie, because it kind of feels appropriate with what's going on with the coronavirus in Japan right now, especially if things continue to get worse. This would be a very appropriate thing to talk about as the movie we do after that. And I wanted to ask the audience, I'd also like to do Time Estrange, the Go Shogun Time Estrange. I'd like to do that just to see it at some point. But if you guys have any suggestions of movies that you've had in your collection for a long time, and this is for the audience and for the hosts, movies that you've owned forever and just haven't sat
about this.
Yes, Go Shogun Time Estrange.
It's also had a TV series with it, but
yeah, well, I'm just saying that's one thing that I've had for a while that I would like to see at some point. Anyway, if you guys have stuff that you've been thinking like, I want a reason to sit down and watch this, but I just haven't had one, let me know. I'd like to create a way for us to get through that, because there's a lot of
Dark Blues, Dark Cat, Madara.
I have all of those and have seen all of them. I will say that I didn't mind Dark Cat or Domain of Murder. But everybody that I see ever write a review on that hated it so fucking much that they wanted to quit anime in the middle of watching it. I don't know why. It's not great, but like I didn't have that visceral response like I have for half the other stuff we've watched.
What about Fencer Minerva?
Fencer Minerva is not a movie. It's two.
It's two movies.
It's not movies, isn't it? It's like a OVA series. But I'm saying we might be able to do it, but I'm just saying, like, I want to do movies for a while just so that it can be a one and done.
Street Fighter 2.
Yeah, we'll get there one time. I'm not asking for the stuff right now. I'm asking more for like, think about it, look through your collection, hit me up on Discord or whatever, on Facebook, however you guys want to do it, and we can start planning something out. Just because right now we aren't going to be doing shows for just a while. I have to get things out. Now, I will say this, as I said, it's extremely easy for me to look good at work because I'm a hard worker anyway when it comes to actually doing work, right? But everybody else is so bad and is constantly, I hear on the radio, because they put me on point all the time, I hear like, this so-and-so is has been idle for 15 minutes, right? Can you supervisors, please walk the floor and ensure that your colleagues are sticking to their task. I hear it all the time. I'm like, you have worked here for 7 years, and every day I hear you are idle at some point or another, So anyway, it's really easy to look good. And I fully do expect, especially if the coronavirus stuff gets worse and more people get pulled away, I expect a promotion. I expect to have a supervisor or something come up to where I'm going to be making more money, which again is going to make I will be working more, especially if I get supervisor. I'll be coming in like an hour earlier. But when I have that extra money, then that stress kind of melts away, to where I can actually enjoy my days off rather than panic, right? Throughout most of them.
Random 11, we've already covered Metropolis.
Yes, you guys did Metropolis in January. That was one of the ones. I know Random 11. You didn't watch it because I wasn't there. But yes, they did it because that was one of the podcasts where I was working during peak and couldn't be there. And I am glad to have not had to watch that again. In fact, I made you guys pick a show that I wouldn't care if you did, which was clearly that one. Also, we should do Ichi the Killer at some point. No, but yeah.
Oh, absolutely. British dub though.
I like the Japanese version, but yes, I'll watch the British dub. Anyway, so I just want to hear your guys' suggestions at another time. And also, right at the beginning of the podcast, I asked, and I'm just going to say it again in case anybody who's here now didn't hear it then and came in late or whatever. I'm curious to find out how you found the podcast, especially people who are sort of our normal viewers. They come in all the time, like Old Man, Random 11, Lishansky, Versus Seed. Anybody who's become like you're there for pretty much all of our podcasts. I'm curious how you found us, what made you stay, and that kind of thing. I'm just curious because, as I was saying earlier, metrics that get measured get managed. And if I know a little bit more on those sort of things, then I can actually plan more accordingly. Like I think a lot of people we gained through me being on Hero Hey and Ricadus streams at different times, and also using the Vic clickbait and all that. But I'm just curious if you guys wouldn't mind leaving a comment or hitting me up privately on Discord or Twitter or whatever. I would like to know if you guys wouldn't mind sharing that with me, if you even remember, and that would be great. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. Remember to like the video, hit the notification bell, all that fun stuff, and we will see you next week.
All right.
Bye.